chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Hello everybody and welcome to yet another day here at the Grenke Chess Festival. It's round 4 and we've already had fireworks in the main event, which is the Freestyle Chess Open. Yes, it is Fischer Random Chess being played by some of the best players in the world. Many of you have perhaps seen the tour that's been taking place recently, the Freestyle Tour with the likes of Magnus, Carlsen, Fabiano, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Vincent Keimer. Well, they're all here in Karlsruhe as well, and the tournament is really heating up. We're going to talk about what happened yesterday, some incredible results, some underdog wins, as you would expect, with so many great players here. And I want to comment, Peter, of course, joined by the wonderful Peter Lecco here, on that little video we just saw of the drone going through the 2 or 3 playing halls. I think we can call it 3 maybe. Absolutely stunning to see just how many boards there are, how many people there are, and the effort of the organization to make this happen. It's quite remarkable.
Absolutely, it was so nice, and our first feeling was how beautiful that we got this footage, because otherwise, we know that there are almost 3,000 players here, but we cannot even imagine how it really looks like, yeah? So many boards, 50,000 pieces were set up. How many volunteers you had to have who basically were very happy to help to set up this amazing stage. It's a wonderful tournament, and I'm very honored and very happy to be here to commentating on it.
Likewise, and today is round 4, but let's have a quick look at what happened in round 3, because this is where things, well, the tournament took a slightly unexpected turn. Magnus Carlsen did beat Nils Grandelius, but after a lot of difficulty, Nils had certainly his chances to make something of that game, and he kind of got tricked at the wrong moment, so Magnus found a way to win. But after that, you can see we had 3 huge underdog wins Fabiano losing to Etienne Bacrot. Luke Mendonca playing a beautiful attacking game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Wesley So losing with the white pieces against Dima Kollars, which is, you just can't even really imagine that result happening. Two solid guys. Wesley almost never loses with white, but this is Fischer random. All kinds of things can happen. And even after that, we can see David Anton held Aronian. The young Turkish superstar Erdemus held Lenier. Svane against Niemann was a draw. Le Quang against Gara was a draw. So already, some of the rating favourites in this tournament have been relegated a bit further down the board. So Peter, who have we got in round 4? What are the pairings that tickle your fancy?
Well, all of them basically, but I also want to highlight how unlucky Etienne Bacrot is, right? He beat last night Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. What is his reward? Got to face Magnus Carlsen in the morning. It cannot really be more tougher than that. Rapport Ricard Ricci playing against Mendonca. Well, I think both are very happy, very satisfied because they were very convincing. Dimitri Kollars, the hero of last night, the last game that we covered against Wesley So, that lovely rook end game, he was celebrated like a hero outside. All the journalists ran to him. I was also hugging him. I know how much it means to him to win against a player of Wesley So's caliber. But I also calm him down. Yeah, just calm down. Keep your strengths. And yeah, he's faced against Yu Yanji, the Chinese superstar. And there is a fantastic matchup between Sindarov and Pranesh. Because Sindarov, the Cinderella story person in the Weissenhaus event, in the first Grand Slam, facing Pranesh, one of the golden boys of Ramesh's chess school. And I want to see how good Pranesh is. I think this is now a fantastic measurement against Sindarov.
Yeah, totally agree. And then we've got a name that a lot of people wouldn't have expected to be on board 5 after 3 rounds. And that's Viktor Mikhailevsky. Now, he's a seasoned grandmaster. Anybody who's been around chess long enough knows the name. He's a very well-respected theoretician. He's only rated 25-13. I say only, but of course, if you look at the players around him, and there he is on the screen, if you look at the players around him, you've got 2,700 plus players, you've got Magnus on board 1, and so on and so forth. So he must be having a great tournament, and he's been rewarded with a game with white against Jordan van Foreest. And Jordan, I think, will be very happy about this pairing today. That's my expectation. I think Jordan will think that this is a very winnable game, and if he manages to win, he's really in the mix. On board 5, we've got Serrano against Smeets. So Jan managed to win yesterday against his old foe Grishchuk, which is a big blow for Alexander Grishchuk. That is not a game he did not want to lose against Jan Smeets yesterday, that's for sure. And Jan will be playing Serrano. And again, I think Serrano will be very happy with that pairing. After that, we've got Mamedov against Druska. Druska's having a blinding tournament, isn't he? Yes. He's having a great tournament. Playing now against Mamedov. We've got Arjun against Chopra, the All-Indian clash.
But yes, we have to highlight that Mamedov, Rauf and Druska are the players who still have 3 out of 3.
Yes.
And everyone below, starting with Eric Garcia against Aryan Chopra, maybe Chopra has 3 because maybe Arjun was drawn up there, but Arjun has 2.5 and everyone else, all the big guns having 2.5 here.
Yeah, exactly. An interesting matchup there is Aronian against Erdemus. The young superstar from Turkey playing the old wily, I say old, he's not old, he's barely in his 40s, but people in their 40s, Peter, now if we look at the field, yes. Druska, we've got Arjun, we've got Kollars, I mean the Liska, Pranesh, they're all
But wait a second, forget everything.
Yeah.
Etienne is tricking everyone with his phone.
Yeah.
Look at this, Magnus Carlsen is coming and he's asking for a selfie. Fantastic, and Magnus is smiling like, what is this? I'm playing against a beast, a superstar, a legend, and he's pretending to be an amateur. This is fantastic. What a trick. What a trap.
I think, yeah, I don't know quite who he's doing
And
that.
now he has to give the phone to the organizer, of course. But this is just fantastic.
Yeah.
First he sends the picture.
Yeah.
Amazing. I'm so happy that we witnessed this, because I would say that this is just impossible. We already have seen yesterday, poor Fabi fell victim of the trap. How Magnus will handle it.
So this is just an elaborate trap. Etienne is actually keeping the phone next to him during the game and he's getting moves. I get it. He's that sort of guy. Now, he's definitely not cheating, Etienne Bacrot. Let's just make that clear. We're only having fun.
Yeah, no, my trap is psychological.
Oh,
yeah,
your
like
trap is
pretending that, you know, I'm a tourist. I want to have a selfie with Magnus. I want to have a selfie with Fabiano Carrera. Not that serious anymore. And then we have seen what he was capable of yesterday.
I understand. Yeah, there you go. I like it. I'll try that next time, Peter, but they just don't take me that seriously. That's okay, so board one, look at this. Bacrot, once considered the big prodigy in chess. We spoke about this at length yesterday on the show. But he can still play. You don't become a grandmaster at 12 and, you know, French number one, and he's got quite the CV.
Well, look at this pairing. Gata Kamsky against Lenier Dominguez.
The all-American clash.
Yes.
Well,
so nice to see Gata, and he doesn't have to worry about openings, nothing. He can just play and show his incredible skills.
yeah, I mean, talking about prodigies, of course, Gata Kamsky, perhaps, you know, in that group of the greatest of them all.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're in that group, Peter. Let's not forget, you are firmly in that group. What, you were a grandmaster at 12, right?
No, at the age of 14, but
14.
it was I was the youngest at that point.
Yeah.
And I also had 2 grandmaster noms at the age of 13, so if I would have not have that extra luxury of having almost 2 years to get my final nom, I think I could have done it also earlier, but it was not the main priority.
Right. There you go. Yeah, and it's becoming a much more young person's game thanks to the abundance of information that's out there. And have a look at that in the crowd, all of the young people. Talking of the young people, Luke Mendonca with a crushing win against Nepomniachtchi yesterday. Nepomniachtchi just completely lost the plot in the game. He played a really poor game. Jordan van Forest, here he is. Look,
Yeah, all smiles. Yeah, he's
all
very happy.
smiles. Why isn't he on the catwalk? That's what I want to know. He's in the wrong business. Good-looking man, Jordan van Forest. Great chess player.
Yeah, very
Great chess
creative.
player. Very creative. So Jordan is here, and look at this. If you're really got a keen eye, you will see Magnus Carlsen's wife in the crowd just there by the cameraman. And she...
And here we have Sindarov, and he's facing Pranesh. So for the first time, I'm seeing Pranesh on the big stage. Look at him, very focused.
There he is, Pranesh. Yeah, he means business. Look, when this guy sits opposite you, you take him seriously. And you can see their sponsor, Chola Chess. Now, Aravind also has that jacket. So I don't know what Chola Chess I mean, I'm assuming it's a chess school or a chess organization in India. Do you know about it?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But probably we will if they are producing such players.
Yeah. Ironically, and it's very ironically, she's not watching, so I'll say it, but I used to call my ex-girlfriend Chola.
Chola.
Yeah.
And what does it mean?
Well, it means in Spanish, if you're from Latin America, it kind of means somebody with a bit of... It's actually a bit of a... You have to say it in a certain context, but you would say it for somebody who's basically from the countryside, slightly darker, slightly more indigenous. You say it in Ecuador and Peru. But if you say it in a wrong way, it's kind of a pejorative way. But I said it in a much more affectionate way. So that's what I used to call her, and she used to call me white boy. So there you go.
Right.
Little bit of information there. So, what a world we live in, huh? Okay, so you can see there the crowd. We're waiting. Of course, you're probably thinking, what's the wait for? Well, we don't have the positions yet. Remember, this is freestyle chess, the main event. We do have a classical chess event running alongside the freestyle event. But believe it or not, and I guess this is the time to talk about it, if you want to play in the freestyle event, i.e. Chess 960, with all of these great players, then you have to do it by the end of the round this morning. In other words, it's the end of round 4, and if you are playing any of the classical chess, you can move over to the freestyle chess, whichever rating you are, but there is one clause in the conditions, which is that you cannot win any prize money if you do make that changeover. So to avoid basically sandbagging and grandmasters doing really well in the classical tournament and then just saying, well, I'll come over to the freestyle chess portion and try and steal some prizes. It doesn't work like that. So you'll be coming over purely for the love of the game. And talking about freestyle chess, on camera, the chap there next to Sven Noppers, who currently has the mic, is Thomas Harsh, the COO of freestyle chess. I don't know Thomas. You must know him quite well, having been around the tournaments and the tour.
Yes, he's now the main organizer.
Mm-hmm.
Behind Jan-Henrik Büttner is organizing now together, because supposedly from the summertime Thomas will take over as the organizer.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is Jan-Henrik still involved? Is he more
yes,
behind
of course.
the scenes?
He's very much involved, but
okay.
all the operational work will be taken over by Thomas.
Got it. There you go. Okay. And there you can see the machine of the magic balls. Now, those balls all have a number attached to them. 1 right the way through to 959. I remember what you said.
Exactly, yeah. The classical position is taken out. The starting position 518.
There you go.
And we also see there the very tall gentleman, Sebastian Siebrecht, the organizer of the freestyle chess events. He's a very important person.
Certainly is. And alongside Peter Heine Nielsen, one of the tallest grandmasters in the world,
yes,
if not the tallest.
And Ingic as well. Yeah,
yes.
I think this trio is the tallest.
Yes, Ingic, I think. I don't know who is taller, Sebastian or Ingic. I think Ingic is taller, actually, but he's a giant, and he's a very important piece of the puzzle here, making a lot of things work. And there you can see the beautiful machine with the freestyle logo. And we will have our guest of honor today. I guess it's Thomas, who will select the ball. And as a result of that selection, we will know which position we're going to play today. And really, for all of you guys perhaps that are just joining the broadcast for the first time, and you're asking yourself, well, why are people playing Fischer random chess? What's the interest of Chess 960? Okay, so a position has been chosen, and as I was saying, the reason why players love Chess 960 is precisely because of what's happening this morning. You would never get the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Rapport, turning up at a board having never looked at a position, but that is exactly what's going on here. Every position is fresh. Every position hasn't been analyzed to death. So it is truly a battle of your inherent ability as a chess player, knowing where to put your pieces. And sure, there are certain guidelines, and myself and Peter have talked about them, some general ways you want to approach certain positions of depending on where your pieces are on the back rank. There are some general guidelines. However, each position is novel, and we get some really interesting games. So there you can see Magnus Carlsen playing with the black pieces. And before we go anywhere, Peter, let's have a look at this position, shall we? Let's see what we got.
Yeah, also which number it is, because we lost the audio, so actually we did not even hear. So this is the starting position. What number is this? Can we get number 302? I believe. Okay, wonderful. Well, and the first thing that we notice, king on d8, king on d1. It's kind of a bit confusing at the start. On the other hand, if we realize that we can always castle long immediately, that already warms our heart. And Etienne already opted for 1d4. Kind of, did he anticipate this position? Was this the position that he dreamed about last night? That's the very big question. Because this is some kind of a sensation that somebody instantly plays the first move.
Oh, this is absolutely brilliant. I love the fact you can just castle queenside immediately. That's a big feature of this position. Really important feature. Queen in the corner. We've spoken about that a bit. How you often want to activate the queen by moving the b pawn. We'll see if Etienne does that. And apart from that, of course, you got a knight in the corner, not ideal. The knight on h1, not ideal for sure. The bishops are kind of interesting because, well,
they are fine.
They're fine, exactly.
Yes.
So the only problem pieces really are the knight and the queen. Those are the ones you have to resolve at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. You are so spot on. This queen on a1 kind of is the key piece, yeah? Especially if we are talking about this, that we want to leave the two bishops here, because actually if we are able to get f3, e4 in, then those bishops are already developed. We don't have to move them. Till the knight from h1 has to move. We obviously most probably will rely on long castle in this case. Everything is perfect, but what happens with the queen? That's because, okay, you might play the move bc, but it weakens the king on c1, just in case. Yeah, one thing I wanted to say, that just when we met at breakfast, you were coming down, then I was going up with Sasha Grishuk. And I have never seen a more happier Sasha Grishuk than I met him. And he lost the game last night, right, against mates. And the way why the reason why he was so extremely happy, and he was telling me that, wow, this is so nice that, yes, it's a morning round, but you don't have to prepare. It makes such a big difference that instead of all the stress that, oh my God, I have tons of preparation, but tons of preparation and good preparation means for white and for black. And then as a very good player, you are actually getting completely confused that what should I play, because no matter what I play, I know how to neutralize it. Yeah, and then you are sometimes overthinking it, and you play something out of complete frustration. But in any case, you would have not even been able to talk to Sasha Grishuk if it would have been classical chess. He would have been so stressed that I would not have dared to ask him anything. But like, he was the one who initiated the talk, and I was so happy to hear this.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, it's good to see him in good spirits, because he had a very tough loss yesterday against Jan Smeets. He didn't want to lose that game. But there he is, Jan Smeets, on the right-hand side. He looks
sleepy, no? Look at him.
He looks sleepy. Tell me about it. He looks sleepy. I think a lot of players are still kind of adjusting to this early start, because a lot of these top players never play early in the morning, or maybe they might play once a year in the Bundesliga. But getting up early for a lot of these guys, I mean, maybe things have changed. I mean, of course, Magnus is notorious for wanting to sleep until the last minute.
Yeah, but he changed.
Yeah,
in all these Grand Slam events, I see him at breakfast.
And I'm going to have to apologize to everybody at home. There's two things I'm going to apologize for. One actually I'm not going to say on screen, but I can see that my shirt that I'm wearing today is not ideal for commentary. Now, I don't know if you guys can see that at home as well. If I end up hypnotizing anybody at home, rest assured it isn't the quality of the commentary that's done it, but rather this rather wacky shirt. And I can hear Macaulay Peterson, my old buddy, the producers are laughing, shouting at me. I can hear him now. Why are you wearing a striped shirt? you know it doesn't work on the camera. Well, I forgot. It's been a long time since I've done this, and I totally forgot that striped shirts don't work. So I might make a wardrobe change before round 5, because if that's what you guys can see, I'm looking at me, and that's I could disappear if I'm not careful. Right. With all that said, I guess we better get stuck into the game.
Yeah. So we have just seen Gata on our camera. I wanted to see if he made up his mind already. What about an old school player? And yes, and he has already made his move. Let's just see. He sticks to 1e4. Okay. And that's kind of always fascinating because we don't see so many e4s in freestyle chess at all. And against Lenier Dominguez, well, knowing that two classical players face each other, I'm somehow believing that black will answer e4 with e5. It looks quite natural with the rook on e8 protecting the e5 pawn, and then take it from there. What is your feeling? Old school business, e5?
I mean, these guys, especially Lenier, he's old school. I fully expect him to go e5. It's interesting. I was thinking the other day with starting with white in chess 960. If you're you could claim to be a 1e4 player regardless of the position. So my question is: are there any positions in chess 960 where 1e4 is a bad move?
Well, it could easily be.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We also see Vincent, what did he play? Did he play e4, d4? One of these central moves on the board. It is more e4, no?
Yeah.
It's more e4, and this is very funny because we just touched on this topic that there are players who play more e4 in their lives and somebody who is almost natural born d4 player. If you think about Vincent, you automatically think about 1 d4, knight f3, c4 kind of stuff, and then here we go. He opts for the first move e4, and he's a very experienced freestyle player, so he should have his own idea behind. You also see Christopher and Sasha Grishuk in action.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher plays against Yesipenko. Did I see it correctly? Let me find out, because that's a huge pairing as well. Yes, Christopher Andrea Yesipenko, board 14, and Vincent Keimer against Andrew Tang on board 13. On board 12, Badur Jobava against Lekwang Liem. Insane pairings everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely insane. Of course, should point out that the game between Vincent and
Andrew Tang.
Andrew Tang, of course, very well known for his online blitz skills. That's really where he made his name. And bullet. I mean, the guy is one of the fastest gunslingers in the West, no doubt. But he's a creative player, so freestyle chess definitely suits him.
And there we see Matthias Blubam and Niklas Huschenbett, my co-com, and he looks at us and he smiles. Yes, hi Niklas, we are rooting for you. We are with you. He had this heartbreaking loss in the first round, blundering that queen. I mean, his queen got trapped, so he had to sacrifice a piece and went on to lose. Ever since he won 2 games. We also see Bibi Sara. Hopefully she adjusted to the time zone already better, because yesterday in the morning, you remember she had trouble somehow waking up.
She did, and she had an unbelievable opportunity to beat Fabiano Caruana. So it was a real shame. There's Tal Abijal, talking about creative players. Look at that. The French Grandmaster. I've known him all my life, pretty much. Tal, definitely one of the most creative players you'll ever meet. Some wacky opening ideas over the years. And look, some lovely posters. The venue is just... really, I mean, you can't do much better than this venue for a large open.
It's amazing. And what I was very impressed with when we have seen the drone video camera angle, that no matter which board you play, you actually still get space for yourself.
Yep.
And that's very important, because we know exactly how it how it works in open tournaments. Usually the top players are having some nice corridor. There are a couple of boards where you can really enjoy yourself playing, and then everyone else is kind of, okay, very tight. You have to elbow each other. Writing the score sheet sometimes is a big challenge, but not here. Take a look. Yeah, you can just see that everybody has his own space.
Absolutely, yeah. Great place to play chess. Highly recommended for anybody who fancies a trip to the south of Germany next Easter. Pretty good. Okay, now Peter, I'm going to let you do a lot of the talking today.
Well, let's take a look.
You know, I get a lot of messages, people saying, why am I talking about chess? What am I doing here? So I said, okay, today I'm going to delegate the chess.
Come on, we are one team.
I know. If I find something brilliant, I'll let you know.
All right, so then let's take a look at, and let's start with the game between Bacrot and Magnus Carlsen. First of all, as we just said, everybody's in the dark. Nobody knows what's going on. So if anybody thinks that what I'm going to reveal now is something fantastic, no. I'm also a complete newcomer to this position, as Magnus Carlsen and Etienne Bacrot. That's the specialty of freestyle chess, Fischer random chess, 960, the way you want to call it. And it's always intriguing. Every small nuance, this queen on a1, as you highlighted immediately, this is one of the big questions. How does this come into the game? The same applies, of course, then for black's queen on a8. d4, d5 played. The pawns moved in front of the king. Before we started the broadcast, automatically the engine was on, which I turned off. Yeah, because we have seen this also in the Grand Slam events and so on, that whatever the computer tells us, whatever the computer tells you that this is now 0-40, it doesn't have any impact on this human game, because the players are thinking they have to make their own strategy, and it's so important that the players do not even have 5 seconds to look at computer's evaluation, because it would change the game dramatically. Then immediately, for example, the computer, I think, highlighted that after d4, f5 is, for example, the first line. All right, okay, but why should you get any number that if you play after d4, f5, it's 0.48. If you play, for example, like Magnus played d7, d5, then it's 0.50. It's no, one shouldn't know any numbers. And then also you see the computer's second, third move, and you already have an idea how to set up the direction of the game. And one of the biggest challenges here is always the first couple of moves, because those moves have such an impact on the future course of the game. Yeah, that's all that really matters. So we have seen some players playing e4. For example, Vincent Keimer and Gatakamsky opted for e4. Etienne Bacrot almost instantly, like in a blitz game, played the move d4. Magnus answered it with d5. And Lawrence, you are somehow very, very humble, but you highlighted that there will be an issue with the knight on h1. White should be handling that. You have a good feeling. You are very modest. And we are already talking about that. Why aren't you playing in the tournament? Because knight gc on the board, Etienne follows in your footsteps, activating the knight.
Makes a lot of sense, right? You're activating the knight, and probably you're threatening to go e4 at the right moment as well. And one thing that we have to point out, if we've not already, and forgive me if I'm a bit slow today, but well, I'll tell you about it another time. But White can castle on the queen side here at any moment. This is a really just insanely important concept here.
Well, actually, let's just illustrate. Yeah. For example, black plays the move knight g6. So we talked about it that after knight g3, who knows, maybe already white is interested to play e4. Then things can heat up. D takes e4, knight takes e4, black castles long. Yes, it's possible. Already attacks the d4 pawn, and then white does the same. White also castles. It looks like, wow, it's fantastic for white because we already occupy the center, but it's not so easy because black will break probably with the timely e7, e5, for example, challenging the center. And it's a very big question where this kind of confrontation the center leads. Who is benefiting? If white is unable to get the upper hand, then black usually gets immediately good position. So there is always this psychological factor. Let's just make a move like d takes e5 to illustrate the point. Rook takes d1, rook takes d1, knight takes e5. And then try to evaluate this from a distance that who benefits more. Yeah, it's so difficult. One can understand that, yes, white will play f3, black will play f6, probably white will play b... Oops. I just wanted to push it all the way to b3. Black plays b6, but the pressure is actually on white because it's a symmetrical position and you are supposed to be the one who is grabbing the initiative. But if not, then it's a very frustrating feeling. And this is now what Magnus is also thinking about. First of all, Magnus Carlsen is a very ambitious player, so he clearly thinks about how do I get dynamic chances for counterplay. And from Etienne's point of view, I feel like this is a true mastery, because if you don't have to worry about symmetry and do I get the initiative or not, then it's against Magnus Carlsen. Because draw probably is an extremely good result for Etienne after beating Fabiano.
And also just the tournament standings, right? If you said to Etienne before this tournament, you could have 3.5 out of 4, he would have snapped your hand off. He would have said, yeah, thanks very much. I'll take 3.5 out of 4.
And Magnus Carlsen, look at and how he did the did you see it?
Yeah, I did. He knocked the rook over.
Yes, very nicely, because actually no matter how strong you are, you have to worry about not castling correctly in freestyle. Yeah, that's always a challenge. I remember in all these players meetings during the Grand Slam, there was the suggestion from the arbiter that if you want, you can just remove your king first from the board, then place the rook, and then put the king. But this is so strange for as a player to remove the king from the board.
Yes.
I think that I can simply psychologically never do it. My hand will not be able to comply with the fact that I have to remove the king from the board.
Exactly. I actually had an incident myself recently about... So I've trivia question, okay? Tell me your thoughts on this as we're on the topic. So I was playing a Blitz event. It was actually the London Chess Classic. I got invited to the VIP Blitz event. And I was playing...
When was it?
In December.
In this last year?
Last year. So all, Mamajarov, all, Mickey, loads of good players, Gawain, all playing it. Who was I playing? I think I was playing Gawain. I was a piece up, as always. I'm always a piece up against Gawain. He always beats me, but anyway, I think it was Gawain. And so let me ask you what you would do, okay?
All right.
You have a pawn on the 7th. You're about to queen, but you want to take a piece. You want to take a piece, making a queen. So e2 takes f1, for example. And then you want to put your queen on the board, okay?
Wow, I never had it in my life.
So you're taking a piece. You're not just promoting.
Exactly, I understand.
So how do you do it?
Well, it's a very tricky question, and you probably have ticking seconds.
And I've got 5 seconds left.
Yes. Well, okay. Normally, I would say that maybe it's the wrong way, but you take the bishop, and then you put a queen, and then it's illegal or what?
With the same hand, or with
the same hand?
So how can you take a piece and grab a queen with the same hand?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. That I would take the bishop, bring the queen, place it there.
So that whole process, you take the bishop, get the bishop off, grab the queen, put it on. Your time's run out.
Yes, you lost on time.
That's 3 seconds.
But it's correct or not?
It's correct.
It's correct.
But it's wrong. I mean, it's
practically speaking, you lose the game.
It's ridiculous. You should be able to take a piece and then bring the extra queen with your left hand onto the board, because otherwise you're playing blitz, right?
Yes.
So anyway, they penalized me for this. They said it was an illegal move. So they gave Gawain an extra minute on the clock.
But your move was, you could continue the
game.
I
could continue because the move was legal, but the way I did it was illegal. Yeah.
But can you imagine if suddenly they would have removed that pawn? Yeah, this pawn doesn't play anymore.
Then I would have been, well, I still ended up losing. But, anyway, funky little thing there. I think FIDE can improve that, because let's be honest. If you're taking a piece on the back rank, you can't. Unless you've got hands like Shaq O'Neal and they're huge. I mean, you can't grab a queen, take a piece. So I brought the queen on, and it's a legal move.
Yeah. But you know, there are sometimes even tournaments when the queens are not placed, and you had to run to another board to get the queen. Yes, exactly.
And you can't put the rook upside down,
you can't.
right?
You know, I did it once.
You did it, yeah?
Yeah, because in the childhood, when I was very young, we automatically always just turned the rook, and that was the queen. And I did it against Magnus in Miskolc in our match in 2008, and it was fantastic because Magnus was putting up some incredible defense, in a losing position. I was basically dominating the whole game. I'm whole pawn up. I'm queen knight versus queen bishop. I have a pawn on b7, and he's blocking it with a bishop on b8. And I can go with and we have 3 versus 3 on the king side. But I still don't even imagine, and we had 5 seconds increment per move, not 10. And whenever I was setting knight c6 or knight d7 to grab that bishop, Magnus was somehow attacking my f2 pawn with bishop a7, and he was doing magic for hanging on there. And then finally, I already gave up because I at least 10 times almost lost on time. And finally, I just decided, okay, I will let him take queen f2 and perpetual check because enough is enough. I already should have won it for 30 moves, this position. Yeah. And there was no queen. Suddenly, I placed the rook upside down. Magnus takes on f2, we shake hands, that perpetual check, and after the arbiter comes to me, a very experienced arbiter, Susan Veruzzi, telling me that actually she should have interfered and told that it's an illegal move. Okay, but it was a very funny story. The heat of the moment, all the nerves, everything involved, and the game anyway would have ended in a perpetual check, but yes, you are not allowed to do that. Exactly. So Magnus opted for long castles immediately.
But the reason, of course, people are saying, why did you go down that story? It's because of the way Magnus castled. It was a very unusual. He picked up his king and used the king to push the rook over.
Exactly, yeah. I have never seen this method.
Sure. Is it legal? I'm not sure it's, by the letter of the law, I don't know if it's a legal way to castle.
Probably it is, because he moved the king first, which is the most important.
Yes.
Maybe this is the safety net. Yeah, this is the way to do it, that you know exactly that you are never going to make a mistake. But yeah, he castled first, and this basically invites Etienne also to castle, right?
Yeah.
Because now white is unable to rush in the center, because then the rook is already lined up against the d4 pawn. So what could be the move that Magnus is thinking about after long castle, and why is Etienne, who has so far kind of blitzed out his d4 knight g3 moves, is thinking exactly in this moment? What could be the reason?
It's a really good question. I think e4 is still very much on the cards here, but maybe Magnus will just play e6 or something, play super solid.
But okay, now we castled, so it's black to move.
It's black to move, of course.
Yeah, that's how he will react. Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to understand, because if Etienne's idea is actually to use this game against Magnus to be super solid, then the move long castle, castling on the queen side, is so natural and tempting.
Yes.
Right? Because what else? Let me just go back one move. After the move Magnus just played with long castle, what else would be natural?
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely right.
Just find it so difficult to understand, and that why Magnus also felt like, okay, castling first is more precise than going knight g6. Or his idea is just, I don't want to mirror. Yeah, that's some kind of a psychological moment. Magnus already spent 15 minutes, and yes, Etienne has castled long. There is some psychological pressure, because we have seen yesterday, even in this very complex, complicated position against Niels, you were sure that Magnus will not repeat. And the same applies here, that he will look for a chance to find unbalances to the position, because he knows that Etienne has such a high class that if the game is kind of heading towards a logical direction, with this knight g6 e4, then creating winning chances will be almost impossible.
Yeah,
On the other hand, okay, it's an early morning game, 3 out of 3. Magnus might also think like, okay, if my opponent plays well and the position doesn't give me the chance to create chances, then I shouldn't go crazy, because Etienne already yesterday proved it that if you over-push like Fabi did, then he is very much capable of punishing you for your mistakes.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move on to
Yes.
some other boards.
Let's see, for example, Richie.
Of course.
What did Richie do? And he opted for e4, and we are seeing one of these thematics, one of these very special thematics that is so tricky, because I know some things about it, and I want to hear your opinion, because this we learned with Judith and Nicholas in the first Grand Slam event in Weissenhaus, that after the move f4, there is a very typical nice kind of reaction, playing not f5, not middling with f5, because, for example, after f5, white gets the chance to jump with the knight to g3, target that pawn, win a tempo, and if you have to protect it with a move like g6, suddenly white can win time by going e4. Also, white can, with tempo, open up the queen, hitting the knight, and already white gets a clear advantage. So it's a very kind of clever idea to play the move f6, and after e4 to play e5. Now the point is that if you take fe5, fe5, then thank you very much, we get a symmetric kind of position. Very difficult to believe humanly that the extra tempo will give you so much benefit. Maybe the computer has different kind of exact move pair, move ideas, but this is a general kind of conclusion. And after e5, there is then the question that going f5, the move that we talked about yesterday in the Jan Nepomniachtchi game against Raja Harshit, that this pawn advance trying to limit black's pieces. However, this is the construction which happened in the game Gukesh versus Alireza Firouzja, when I was surprised and shocked that Gukesh almost instantly went for this structure and then was heavily punished by Alireza's c6, d5, knight f7, knight d6. And the reason why I'm highlighting this, that actually here the pawn on f5 does not control, limits the knight from h8. Actually, there is this wonderful route, and imagine that this is some kind of a King's Indian, where already the bishop is beautiful. Normally the bishop is like, it's from white's perspective. Yeah, you go bishop e3, and then black goes f5, f4, and you are very happy to hide that bishop on this diagonal, right? And here you already have that bishop on g8. So in my mind, this is like falling into a trap, like knowing something about freestyle chess, that this is a clever idea, pushing the pawn to f5, but exactly with this nice construction with knight on h8, bishop g8, bishop f8, I hate it.
So you think that Rapport could get in trouble then if...
I think so. Exactly. The big question is, however, now that the king's position is such that they can castle, if that brings a special element into the game, that also could easily be, I just wanted to use the chance to actually share some of my knowledge. My knowledge is quite limited.
No, it's not. It's quite the opposite.
Well, compared to anyone who have, if you ask me 2 events before, yeah, for example, after last year's Weissenhaus event, the very first event,
yes,
that what do I know about it? I will tell you I know nothing. And now I'm slowly also learning, but at the same time I also realized that just one single minor small detail, like now that the queens are in the corner and that the kings are in a way like they are in the center, being able to castle long immediately, how much it influences things, but that's what makes freestyle so beautiful. Absolutely. You can never be sure. And you always have to expect the unexpected, look for very special kind of ideas. I think we also got a message that in some of the positions where there was one e4 and we should find the game, because then we can reveal one of these big stories. Okay, here in Dimitri Kolar's UNG game, actually we do see, I think, e4, e5. And the reason why I'm mentioning this, that apparently after the Italian type of move, bishop c7, bishop c4,
yeah,
it's, first of all, according to computer, it's inaccurate, but it's a mistake for black to play the move bishop c5. This was the message that we got, and I'm curious to understand why is this? Is this really true, or bishop c5 is only a mistake because after bishop c4, black could have punished it for some reason. Let's cheat because we are unable to discover this by ourselves. Engine is turned on, and the computer tells you that yes, bishop c4 is a little bit premature because you are not supposed to develop that bishop so quickly. Computer, okay, doesn't show anything extraordinarily fantastic, but it already highlights that it's slightly different. Okay, computer tells us that, okay, just go knight g6. No, actually, this information that we got is somehow not that impressive, because I wanted to illustrate some big point, but I'm unable to do so. However, look at this. What does the computer do? And this is then a stunning idea. Let's just show this. f3. Okay, black has millions of normal moves. One of the strategical ideas that I would love is knight f4, hitting the pawn on g2, inviting g3, and then regrouping that knight to e6. We know exactly that in all these e4, e5 structures, a knight on e6 or a knight on e3 is a very well-placed piece. However, yeah, this is absolutely possible. Computer loves it. But computer also tells us that, wait a second, after f3, you can even make a gambit with d5. And those are the moves that humanly often completely miss, because you just think like it's impossible. With the justification that after bishop takes d5, knight f4 comes with a tempo hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn. And also black is setting up the idea of, for example, okay, if I just play g3, then black takes, and plays b5 or plays long castle and probably wins the game in a miniature fashion. Look at the light square. So very tricky to develop that bishop on c4 so quickly it can be a target. That's basically the only thing that I'm understanding from all these lines.
Yep. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Peter. Okay.
We are switching off the engine and trying to see what happened in this game. I feel that the players were very cautious. e4, e5, f3, f6, knight c3, knight c6. The main target being on the stage, not to make any mistake. That's the signal I'm getting from the players. Knight g3, knight g6. If you really believe that this is a clever idea, I'm gonna follow long castles, and a very solid position. Now we will be seeing this thematic that we talked about, that, and Levon Aronyan on our broadcast, he joined us in the studio in Weissenhaus, was revealing that one of the first things that you look at the position, that what happens if you keep on mirroring your opponent.
Yes.
Because there are some positions when by mirroring you completely neutralize your opponent, and sometimes by mirroring you can get into trouble because your opponent gets the first chance to break the symmetry.
Yes.
All right, so this is a slow affair. We move on, but happy to see one e4 also on the board. Sindarov Pranesh, the game that I'm very excited about, because Sindarov has this tremendous energy. He was shocking everyone. The moment of Weissenhaus, basically, it was, I don't know if you have been following the Grand Slam or not.
I was a little bit,
Well, the point was that after the preliminaries, the round-robin stage, there was the situation that Magnus got 4th and Hikaru got 5th. Yeah, and there is the thematic that the first player gets the chance to pick. Yeah, so basically everybody expected after the round-robin preliminaries that, well, everybody will pick someone, and then finally Magnus will automatically have to pick Hikaru because there is no other choice. And what happened? Alireza Firouzja picked Vincent Keimer, which heavily backfired, and then Vincent went on to play tournament of his life and crushing everyone. But the other one, Sindarov, who finished 2nd, had the right, and it was like complete insanity in the room. I was there at the dinner, and I was sitting opposite to Hikaru when Sindarov said, "I play Hikaru Nakamura." That was such a moment that it's basically one of the incredible highlights of the tournament. And then went on to win against Hikaru. By the way, actually, Hikaru outclassed Sindarov. He was better in almost all the games, I believe. But in the final game, in some crazy time scramble, Sindarov prevailed.
There you have it.
Yeah, and already looking very good for white.
This looks fantastic for white. I mean,
yeah, this, and we can even castle long. Yeah, that's one more extra bonus. Pranesh, I think, already in a lot of trouble. That's
Indeed.
what I'm guessing. How did they reach this? Well, e4, knight g6. I'm criticizing this move. You can't give up the center control so easily. Sindarov played the move f3, and maybe this f3 was missed by Pranesh. He was expecting the move d4, when maybe he wanted to play e5, with the idea that if white plays d5, then there's bishop c5. A lovely kind of development. And then black will hinder white going f3, opening up the bishop. But Sindarov first played the move f3, a small little move, getting ready to play d4, and black played the move c5, playing in the Sicilian spirit, which often is a good idea, but not here. Sindarov immediately playing b3, opening up the queen, and the whole point is that black would love to play the move knight c6 here. That would be the Sicilian move, but it's impossible due to the hanging c5 pawn, so we had to lose a tempo, and after the move f6, white breaks in the center with d4. How will black survive this?
I'm not sure, but let's get a close-up. Let's get the big picture of a big viewing of Sindarov here, if we can. He looks, he looks like he's going to be a sharp player, and he's very focused. He's very young, and he's very, very talented, very creative.
Yeah, and so much energy, so much determination. Also, we could see the passion, the love for the game, the excitement to be able to play this freestyle game. Well, actually, I think also in the classical chess, he's as energetic. It's very much his style. Also, it's the Uzbek chess school, I would say. Because whenever you think about the Uzbek chess school, then first of all, Abdusattorov comes to mind, before, of course, Rustam Kasimjanov. That's why the whole young, new generation could come up thanks to Rustam's contribution. He became a national hero. Then the kids saw him as an example. I also want to be another Rustam Kasimjanov. And all these young players went on to win sensationally the Chess Olympiad in Chennai 2022. That was something of a total shocker for the whole chess world, and ever since we know exactly that they have this tremendous fighting spirit. They love to attack. They are very energetic, and what fighters they are.
Yeah, they are incredible fighters, and as you said, Rustam has played a big part, hasn't he, in the development of chess in Uzbekistan. Actually, there's a cup named after him, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it was played in July last year. With the Rapport was playing, Grishuk was playing.
It's really good prizes as well. I mean, they did extremely well. Rustam is a legend in Uzbekistan, and he's somebody I know very well. As when I was working with Fabiano, Rustam was Fabi's coach, and we spent a lot of time together in 2015, 2016. 2014 as well, going around the tournaments, and Rustam as well. In many ways, when I think of Rustam, I think of you as well, Peter, insofar as you've both got extremely deep knowledge about chess and strategic ideas, and Rustam always talked about, he's a classically trained player, Rustam. He knows it. He knows his classics. He knows his structures, and he knows his nuanced ideas, very much like you, which is exactly what you need. And just very quickly as well, I think this is a very interesting topic. Maybe we can talk about it briefly while the games are just in their beginning phase. But Rustam has worked with Fabi. He's worked with Vichy
before, yes.
And he's now working, I believe, with Abdusattorov.
Yes, also he was behind Arjun Erigaisi also.
And Arjun and maybe some other young talents, right? I know for a fact he's been with, teaching some other, maybe in Uzbek. Has he been? Well, in any case, somebody like a Rustam Kasimjanov or somebody like a Peter Leko, there aren't thousands of them in the world to choose from. There is a extremely small minority of grandmasters who are actually capable of being coaches for the top players. I mean, let's just think about it. I mean, there's you with Vincent, there's Rustam, there's Peter Heine, who isn't really a coach, he's more of an advisor, I would say, more so than a coach. You've had the likes of Tukmarkov, Chuchalov, who else am I missing? I'm probably missing somebody very obvious, but...
Well, okay, Surya Ganguly.
Ganguly.
Yes, but I also wanted to highlight that basically I think that the Indian chess is also benefiting so much, that there is already such a rich history among theoreticians in Indian chess. So all the young players are actually getting all the knowledge from all this generation who prior to them, for example, Shashi Kiran, a monster theoretician as well. So there is all this Setu Raman also extremely creative and so on. The Indian total package, you have these coaches like Ramesh who are brilliant coaches for the middle of game, end game, studies, building the players' characters and everything. And they also have these coaches who are specialized on very deep opening theory. They know exactly how Vishy Anand was preparing for 15 years on the highest level. And they are benefiting so nicely. And also that Vishy is sharing all his knowledge in India with all the youngsters. He's behind Gukesh, for example. That Gukesh became so strong so quickly was also clearly the influence of Vishy being in the background, helping and guiding him in the right directions.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, India is in its golden age of chess, and they've got so many guys there who can help train the next generation. But it is a very interesting topic to talk about. Just, you can't just be a very, very good grandmaster. So a lot of people make this mistake of thinking that if you're a 2700 grandmaster, that immediately qualifies you to be able to coach an elite player. No, it doesn't work like that. You've got to have something else. You've got to have an approach to chess that is very, very different. So you're in a very exclusive club, Peter, to be able to do that. And that's why working with you is so great, because even in freestyle chess, you're able to break down strategic concepts in a way that I wouldn't be able to, and to allow people at home to enjoy.
Well, but now looking at this position, and we had this position in front of our eyes for quite some time already, we have to talk about it, because suddenly I saw the engine's evaluation was highlighting like white doesn't really have an advantage. And it just want to relate to this, that it looks so shocking, because it looks so promising for white. And is Pranesh actually sensing that he can set up some kind of a pause and kind of structure? That we are expecting the c5 and the d4 pawn to disappear, and then we will be talking about so-called pause and structure, very special one. And will somehow Black's king be able to be evacuated all the way to the king side, to the right side of the board, to the short side, by playing bishop f7 and potentially trading the dark square bishops? And if that king evacuates itself to g8, and we too prematurely commit our king to the queen side, to the long side, to the left side of the board, then actually who knows which king will be more in danger in long terms. Isn't it intriguing?
Yeah, you could actually just get an open Sicilian. I mean, legitimately,
yes.
you only need a few moves to organize it, and suddenly you've got an open Sicilian. It's quite funny, really.
So we'll be keeping an eye on this game. Obviously, we have so much action going on, we should move on. A quick update on the Magnus game. How did it go? Because Magnus spent quite some time. Finally, what was the direction? And they are playing very logical moves. This is much more easy to understand and to explain than the game between Sendelov and Pranesh. So f6, e4 happened, d takes e4, knight takes e4, knight g6. Magnus clearly preparing the move e7, e5. He's counting on this break. He opened up his bishop with the move f6. one thing we already talked about, we should mention once again, that in this structure we feel that actually the bishops will not really be needed to develop, because normally why you get the bishops out? To connect the rooks. But the rooks are already in the center, and very often then you remove the bishops back to f1 and so on. So the same as Magnus, he opted for f6. We are expecting from Etienne at some moment to play the move f3, opening up the bishops, but he goes for knight b1 to c3. A slight surprise to me. It indicates some kind of ambition. Don't you get this impression? Because if Etienne wanted to be super solid, then actually the move f3 would have made so much sense. However, being solid, meaning actually that you might give up the chance for fighting for an advantage. We do see that the computer actually believes that the move knight b1 to c3 is a stronger move.
Yeah, I like it. And let's be honest, Etienne has got nothing to lose. He is, you know, he's playing the best player in the world. He's already proven, you know, he can play. He's beaten Fabiano in a really nice game. So the pressure is on Magnus, of course, and Etienne. But Etienne, I think, is at a point in his career as well where he's like, you know what, I might have nothing to lose. You know, I should be aggressive, or I should be active, because I think a mistake, Peter, a lot of players make when they're not just playing Magnus, it's for anybody who plays somebody higher, much higher rated.
Yes.
You know the player you're playing is much better than you, right? It happens. And so you immediately take this defensive approach to the game. Just because that's just the natural instinctive reaction.
And that's how you lose.
And that's how you lose.
Because you give up yourself. You are not being yourself. Very good point, yes. This is actually one of these things that, and also the top players actually like very much if, because of their presence, because of their knowledge and the opponent's respect, the opponent goes on the defensive. This is kind of the best thing that can happen to a top player, yeah? That immediately you feel like you are the hunter.
Yeah. No, that's it. And yeah, playing this passive defensive style against these top players, it just never works. It never works because they find a way to put pressure on, and eventually you crack because the stress is just too much on your position. You should always be proactive against stronger players. And that's what we're seeing here from Etienne Bacrot. He understands if he just tries to do nothing, Magnus is going to find a little niggle, he's going to find an idea, he's been there before.
Yes, and then it becomes a psychological game. Yes.
And then you're sitting there suffering for 5 hours.
Yeah, because you also feel yourself like, why I was playing the way, and it's very interesting, while we were talking, I kept an eye and I was calculating that what happens after the move e5, that what was the reason, because I can't really imagine that Etienne's idea was to play the move knight b1 to c3 with the idea to releasing the tension now in the center, because then that queen on a1 will feel very strange. You can never play the move b3 because of bishop a3 check. So one of the lines that I was trying to calculate is that what happens if white pushes the pawn to d5, but Etienne goes d takes e5. This is a surprise. I wanted to highlight one thing and one very special feature, that if white plays the move d5, then if black goes after the pawn with knight f4, there is g3,
yes.
A lovely little touch. And after knight takes d5, bishop hc, white wins the game on the spot, because due to this check, black has to place something on the diagonal, and then the knight on d5 will be lost. So I was thinking like, that was the reason why Etienne played like this, but no, he takes d takes e5, which surprises me. Magnus blitzes out the move rook d1. Etienne takes back on d1. Maybe is he planning to be active and push the knight away, because we are expecting Magnus to capture with the knight in general, and then f4, kicking that knight away.
It's possible.
That looks like the justification. We do see the evil bar saying like white is better. I never know exactly in such situations that should we, what is better for our audience, that once we already talked about the position, that should we turn on the engine just to back up and see what engine thinks about and compare the way how we feel about the position? Does this do justice to the players? Because the reason why I don't like to use engine all the time, then we will only be relying on the engine. Engine will be stronger than any of the players playing in the big stage. And I always feel that this is horrible because one should treasure and enjoy and respect the players so much because they are playing brilliant chess. They are coming up with ideas. Of course, there are no computers, but actually that's the reason why we love them so much. So knight takes e5 played. And do you have the feeling that f to f4 would actually make sense, or it's too committal?
It makes sense. Just to go back, I mean, he played d takes e5 so quickly. I mean, spending 30 seconds here, I think, is bizarre. I mean, I'm more interested in the move g3 immediately here.
Even immediately?
Yeah,
yes.
just immediately. Because if he takes d4, I'd give the check.
But okay, if check, then I can play bishop e6. So for example, I can take ed.
There's no discovery.
No discovery,
no.
yeah. So bishop h3, bishop e6.
Then it's nonsense.
And there is no knight d6 check because we can take with the rook, yeah.
No,
so this doesn't work, but yeah, g3 is one of the moves that you have to watch out once you open a diagonal like this to your king. And I just want to very quickly check with engine that after d5, maybe black was able to break with c6. I was expecting actually something like c6. What does the engine tell us? No, f5. Yeah, that was f5 and c6. Yeah, those are the two moves. And once you spot this, that after f5, but f5, knight g3. Yeah, that was my kind of calculation. I couldn't evaluate it. It's just very strange. But certainly, if you go along these lines, you will think half an hour because it's just impossible to evaluate this quickly. And what about the c6 move? If black breaks with c6, that also looks like a logical move. But then also, please, dc, knight c6, how do you evaluate which queen will get faster into the game? This is so difficult to anticipate. We are not used to this kind of motifs. In any case, Etienne opted for d5. It has much more clarity. And after rook d1, knight takes c5. Actually, the computer says that after f4, white has a +1 advantage. This is the reason why we first want to think by ourselves that we understand that probably Etienne wants to go f4, and white is fighting for initiative. But no one can tell me that anyone could guess that after move f4, black is in trouble.
Incredible.
It just shows that, yes, white is fighting for initiative after f4. First of all, where do we put that knight? That's the very big question, because clearly we don't want to go to g6, then white will play g3, beautifully controlling that knight on g6. Bishop h3 check is coming, and we are very happy. A move like knight ed7, I believe
Passive,
this is Magnus's kind of spirit.
Yeah, he'll play like that, yeah.
And then try to open the queen with b6, and then get it to b7. And the knight stays on b8, first of all, guarding the d7 knight. So there is control, but also the knight from b8 controls the a6 square, so black is able to play b6. Computer says that g4 is kind of important because black is threatening to kick the knight away with f5. And this g4, if the computer would not tell us, I would say that no, we are not playing like this because we waste the tempo. We take away from us the bishop h3 idea, and what are we doing? What is the real purpose behind? You share my feelings, right?
Absolutely.
But I think the big point is that getting ready to get the bishop on the diagonal against b6, anticipating the move b6, because b6, bishop g2 might be big trouble, and then knight d6 check is a problem.
That's the point.
That's the key, and Etienne goes for f4. All right, we have a fantastic game on our hand. We are closing the engine.
Yeah.
And let's enjoy this.
We certainly will. And we're going to enjoy the whole round today. We are just over an hour in, so we are going to take a quick break, and I might actually go and change my shirt because I can only imagine the comments that people are getting blinded by my shirt. The good news is we're at the very start of the round. No major news yet. The positions are just developing. We've got another few hours to go until we get some clarity. So make sure that you stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for this round 4 coverage of the Grenke Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And we are back live from Karlsruhe. Magnus Carlsen, taking his time, he understands that this isn't exactly what I signed up for. This isn't exactly what I was looking forward by playing the symmetrical kind of setup. And if he realizes that after f4 and he certainly has, he is thinking for 15 minutes at least already, then it's a horrible wake-up call, because it's a symmetrical position, and in such positions, especially whoever gets the initiative, that can really pose problems. Magnus taking his time, thinking that where do I place that knight? No matter what I do, and he's about to make a move, he plays the move knight e5 to c4. A move that was not even mentioned by the computers or the computer, which means that objectively probably this is not the best move. On the other hand, we talked about it before, that over-the-board chess and computer chess and engine lines are not exactly going hand in hand. It's a completely different cup of tea. And before you are wondering what happened to Lawrence, well, he had an emergency. He will sort it out. He's trying very hard to sort everything out. I think he will be back pretty soon and everything will be fine. In the meantime, we see that Etienne has played the most human and most natural reaction, a4, which he also played it almost instantly, signaling to us that this is the most natural move. Yeah, we talked about it, that White's queen wants to get into the game. You would like to go a5 and then go queen a4. If you are able to activate that queen first, then basically you will win the game, almost guaranteed, because black has this horrible queen on a8. But the big question is, will he be in time? Because the computer signals that something is not right. Is there a move like going f6, f5, being one of the critical moves in other positions, kicking that knight away, doing exactly the same that White did with f4? I think one little small remark we have to make. So after knight c4, we already talked about this. You can't play a move like b3 in this situation once you develop the knight, because then black gets access to the a3 square. Bishop a3 check is already good enough, but here it's even worse than that. After king b1, bishop b2 can trap the queen on a1 and it's game over on the spot. So you have to watch out. Now, the reason why I will turn on the engine is just to understand why computer was saying that the move knight c4 is wrong. Because in the game it seems to work to perfection. After a4, black should be in time to somehow coordinate forces and react accordingly. What happens here? And computer, okay, so let's take a look little slowly what the computer actually tells us. So the computer says the move g3, which we talked about, very natural, trying to set up bishop h3 check. Well, first of all, the first question, what happens if black simply plays the move f5? Computer says, yes, it would be a fantastic idea if not for a very direct bishop h3. And here we see a difference. That's a very big difference. Now the bishop hits the pawn on f5. And if black plays the desired g6 move, which would be the desired move, that loses on the spot due to knight f6, forking the rook and the bishop. So it's clear that the players couldn't have missed this. So the big question is that after g3, what other options does black have? One of the moves that we talked about, and it was the thematic move, the move b6. Yeah, trying to open up the queen. However, what does it... okay. And the idea that after bishop h3 check, we will react to it with bishop e6. That makes perfect sense. For example, just to illustrate, if white prematurely takes on e6, then all of a sudden black is kind of winning. Why is black winning? Because black's queen is first one to enter the game. Already the rook is hitting the knight on e4. White loses the grip on the light squares, and black takes over. However, we have also seen this thematic that after every move like b6, there is this bishop g2, this little quiet move bishop g2, causing a lot of trouble for the queen on a8. This is actually one of these multi-purpose G3 moves. Bishop H3 check, Bishop G2, depending how your opponent will react to. And there is no good way. If black plays the move C6, that's a horrible weakening. Also, the queen on A8 will be boxed in. The knight from B8 cannot be developed. And otherwise, once again, the knight D6 check is a big threat because the queen is hanging on the diagonal. And otherwise, to play the move knight C6, stepping into this horrible pin is also very scary. Now, the big question is, Magnus was thinking for 15 minutes on the move knight C4. So obviously, he was most probably thinking about the move G3 and the consequences of it. And did Etienne maybe make the mistake, because otherwise all the lines that we have seen were not so difficult, that he simply believed Magnus that, all right, if Magnus goes knight c4, it means that he's not worried about g3. Let's not forget, the players don't have access to the engine's evaluation. They don't know, they can know the move g3 exists, and it might look tempting, but it's also very tempting to believe that that's exactly what Magnus has anticipated. And Etienne almost instantly, very quickly, played the move a4 in like 1 minute. And the big question is that, first of all, why is this a mistake? Well, the most natural move is the move b6 to me. Yeah, there are basically two human reactions after a4. And anyway, to play the move a5, which kind of is thematic, but then you have to check what your opponent is intending. I have the engine running, so it's very easy to highlight for me now that actually, according to computer, queen a2 and both b3. Let me just mention b3, because then we can actually treasure and understand very much the idea behind a4, that the same issue that we had before with bishop a3 check, king b1 does nothing anymore. First of all, black is obliged to play the move bishop b2, and then white just plays the move queen a2, and everything falls apart. So Magnus has to watch out, and in this case, then after a4, it's clear that b6 should be the move, because b6 is the way how black brings the queen into the game, targeting the e4 knight, and it will be white's turn to show that how he will justify that. Why was Etienne thinking that b6 hitting the knight on e4, opening up the queen with a tempo, is not an issue? I'm very interested and very curious. I'm pretty sure that, first of all, Magnus was surprised by the move a4. When he played the move knight c4, he was, I'm pretty sure, expecting the move g3, which was the most natural move, and then he had some idea, we don't know exactly what. It will be very interesting to hear Magnus to say something after the game. What was he really intending after g3, but after a4, being a true professional, he's adjusting to the new situation, he's not rushing. And the reason why I'm criticizing Bacrot's a4 is that you can make a mistake, but in such a position, especially when you are having half an hour time advantage, you shouldn't be rushing. And we have Lawrence back with us. I mentioned that you had an emergency. Please tell us that everything is fine. Audience is very worried.
Did you tell them what?
No, just that it was an emergency.
Oh, okay.
Everything else is already your story. How much you tell it,
okay.
It's a private issue.
I've had 2 emergencies. One was last night, but we'll talk about that another day. Yeah, I managed to rip my shirt, which, as we are live on the broadcast, probably isn't the most suitable image for some of the young folk watching. So I had to rush back to the hotel. Unfortunately, I didn't bring a load of white shirts with me. And so the first shirt didn't work because it was blurry. And then I changed that shirt. When I came back in the studio, sat down, it ripped. I got a bit big.
Well, first of all, you were breaking a world record, because we can testify with all the team and like this that you went to the hotel running, you changed, you came back,
I did.
And you were here in less than 5 minutes.
Yes.
How did you do that, first of all?
I sprinted. And it was the sprint that caused the damage to the shirt. So I've had to go back. So this is my 3rd shirt today, and it doesn't even go well. So I'm going to have to go and buy a white shirt tomorrow. Anyway, there you go.
Well, actually, you only have today. Now you have to run in the break, because tomorrow and after tomorrow, everything is closed. Sunday and
So I
Monday.
have to run again.
You have to run again.
I'm on the wrong broadcast. I should be on athletics.
Absolutely. Wow, but okay, welcome back. We are very happy to have you back.
What have I missed?
Well, you have missed a big moment because
Okay.
Magnus spent something like over 15 minutes, or exactly 15 minutes on the move knight c4, which the computer hated because of the natural logical that we talked about g3 move.
Yeah.
And we are kind of puzzled at what the players missed. And the reason why I was heavily critical about Etienne's reaction is not that he missed the move g3, but look at this. In just 1 minute, basically he blitzed out the move with 1 minute, 30 minutes, with 1 hour, 30 minutes on the clock, the move a4, which gives now black the chance to play the move b6, activate the queen, be the first one hitting that knight on e4, and Magnus might be back in the game.
So how bad is the position after g3? Is it very bad?
Well, I'm very happy that you haven't seen any of them. Now, please don't look at the notation. After g3, try to find the move for black. How would you at all continue? There is the big board.
2 moves come to mind. Bishop e6, blocking the check. And maybe f5 is an option, but...
Yeah, well, f5 would be desired.
Okay.
Yeah, but it runs into bishop h3, g6, knight f6, which we can understand. Yeah, that's actually the difference between computers knight ed7. You remember we had knight ed7 where we highlighted that if now white plays g3, then black probably can play f5. And this was a huge moment. And after g3, maybe actually Magnus would have played your move bishop e6, because the problem is that computers move b6, which was the main move of the computer, then we can humanly very easily understand that bishop g2 is a lot of trouble. If computers say knight c6 or c6, none of these moves we even want to look at.
Correct.
So probably bishop e6 was the move that Magnus would have played, which computer did not even signal. Because maybe after bishop e6, knight's the time to play a4. Maybe. But it's different. Can you imagine that here in the game, so confusing and so difficult, that's why the players are also not playing perfectly. And Magnus played the move. He played the move b6. Of course he played. He uses the chance and he spent another, how many minutes on b6? A lot. But it was absolutely justified. Now he targets the knight on e4. And one of these incredible teams, and just how crazy it is, let me share with you that after knight c4, we all know that b3 with the knight on c3 is a no-go because of bishop a3, king b1, bishop b2, winning the queen. But once a4, a5 is, for example, included, then a5, according to computer, is a losing move because of b3. So this small little detail changes everything, because now after check, king b1, bishop b2, we can go queen a2, and you have to give up your dark square bishop, and everything falls apart. Yes, small nuance. It's just crazy. So in any case, we have action b6 on the board. Magnus played the best move, and he's back in business, thinking another almost 10 minutes.
Etienne looks tired. I mean, Etienne looks, he's like, they gave me Magnus in the morning game. He's probably saying, at least give me him in the afternoon game when I've, had time to wake up. Etienne also, I say he's not used to getting up early, but he's a father of kids, so he's used to getting up early, but maybe not anymore. Maybe the days of getting up super early.
And look at this, he's so annoyed. And this is what we talked about, that why to rush 1 hour, 30 minutes on the clock? You have a golden opportunity, because Etienne definitely felt like we have a symmetrical position. I already developed the knight to c3, that's an extra tempo. I'm kicking that knight away with f4 from e5, it's another tempo. The knight has to move. And then to rush in a situation where Magnus just spent 50 minutes and you are half an hour on the clock, it just does not add up. And he's paying a heavy price. If Magnus equalizes or takes over, it will be very difficult to stop Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but okay, we also should move on, because while you were away, I was also covering this game, so we are moving on to Richie. Let's discuss Richie.
Okay.
We talked about it. that there was this opening.
Yes.
Here we haven't seen so many moves because the position is so complex, strategically speaking. It's not as simple as the Bacrot Carlsen game where there is symmetry and you can understand. We have also seen there the special motifs and the players have very tough challenge, but this was a completely different kind of structure. We talked about it. During the break, I cheated, I checked, and I can tell you that the computer mentioned that actually it's very important for black to strike right here with d5, and it would have given black wonderful position, for example, after ed, bishop d5, knight c3,
Bishop c6.
bishop c6,
Yeah.
and let's not forget, you can castle, and then the knight is going to d6. Black can also play b6, the queen comes to life on the long diagonal beautifully, solving all the problems. In fact, black might take over, so white has to react differently, but it was missed. And after the move b6, which has similar intentions, Richie played the move a4, which should have probably be answered by d5.
d5 is screaming to be played.
Screaming to be played, but once again, it seems to me like the low-rated players believe their opponent,
Yeah.
and they think like, all right, so white wants to play a5, let me stop it with the move a5, and after knight g3, he already plays the move d5, but it's too late because the knight protects the pawn on e4, so white has an extra time to react. Richie played the move bishop f2, black played the move knight d7, bishop b5, c6, and we get a very complex double-edged position. We understand perfectly why the players are spending tons of time. How do you orientate yourself? How do you navigate here? Bishop e2 played.
Bishop e2 played.
Live action and your thoughts, Lawrence.
Well, I mean, we have to remember that the move castle's kingside is in the air, and I think that's what Richie's angling for. The king absolutely wants to get out the middle here. I would say that with black unable to castle kingside at the moment because the bishops are blocking the way, I think you have to be still very careful here with black because basically I think white's going to castle kingside and then break very quickly with the move d2, d4. Open up the position. Maybe he'll even include the move b3 just so the queen can be involved. So let's say, I don't know, in this position black played a move like, let's say, bishop...
well, not easy.
Bishop d6, I don't know.
Bishop d or knight d6
Or
continuing, but then, okay, we are not, you wanted to illustrate that what happens if black tries to castle,
Yeah.
but that bishop on g8 is anyway unable to move.
So I think there's definitely a case to try and break this position open with the king on d8. And the fact that if it goes to c8, it's not much better in a lot of positions. I don't know, that's one idea. Another idea is to play a bit more solidly, maybe put the pawn on d3, keep the lock. But I don't really see where white's advantage can be in playing too modestly here. So
yeah, and we also talk about Richie. He's not the type of player who likes to play in a modest way. He clearly set up also this idea, all this bishop development signals us that he's counting on the short castle move. And I'm with you that it's just a matter of time when we will see him strike in the center, and or basically then black might close it because he's afraid. Yeah, and once black plays the move d4, then we also see the benefit of having included a4, a5. Then Richie will rely on the typical knight a3, knight c4 kind of, or also activate the bishop to c4. That probably is the key move. For example, d4, bishop
queen
c4
a2
looks almost devastating.
looks deadly, yeah.
Yes, so basically black can only play the move d4 once he managed to get his knight to d6. So let me play the move knight d6. I would play this move because I feel like I still hinder you going d4. And how is this position?
Yeah, I think, precisely. I think that after knight d6, you probably have to go d3, right?
Yes, but yeah, once you play d3, I feel that with black also I can kind of have a relief. I can go d4, and then my king is perfectly fine here. It's just a very complex middle game position, with both sides having their trumps. Also, white has this bishop h5 idea, which is kind of annoying because black certainly does not want to take the light square bishops, because we know that this is like a King's Indian kind of structure. But if after bishop h5, black has to play a move like rook e7, that will also be very strange with the bishop on f8. But probably you have to do it because you just can't trade the light square bishops. Very interesting. Okay, a lot to play for. Richie is thinking we have to keep on walking. First of all, Lawrence, now you are the hero. I know how many problems you are having now. You run, you came back, you run again.
Yeah.
You are here. Please pick the next game.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, let's see the battle of the youngsters, Sindarov against Pranish. Why not?
Absolutely. I want to see. I also felt like if it turns out that this is a viable setup that Pranish is choosing, I say he's a genius because I haven't seen it coming. And let's take a look. We have left the position here after d4, e6. We were kind of critical that, yes, it might be a pause, but will black really be able to get everything he wants? And Sindarov played in a very concrete manner, takes, and queen d4 tempo. The queen, the white queen, once again, please everyone pay attention that activating the queen from the corner is so essential. And whoever gets that in first usually gets the upper hand. b6 is forced, knight a3 played. All right, clearly there is a hole on d6. So white is already eyeing knight c4, knight b5, knight d6. Black reacted with e5.
Yeah, this is interesting. Does he want to go e5, d5? But it feels strange with the king on d8.
Yes, and black is unable to castle long anymore.
Yeah,
that's a problem. So probably d5 runs into b4, kicking that rook away, and then ed5, and there will be a pin. Where do you bring that rook back at all? So he played the move bishop e6, clearly setting up the saving evocation of black's king from the danger zone. But e5 is a very committal move. If black is unable to break with d5, white should get the chance of getting the grip. No, it looks promising for white.
Definitely, yeah. Agreed. But we'll see what the young Pranish has got up his sleeve.
Yeah, in any case, a very interesting position. I would say that I'm loving white's position. On the other hand, moved 9, and Sindarov has already spent so much time. He will... And he plays energetically. Knight b5. Forget about finesses. He wants to get that knight to d6. Install it on d6. Very ambitious.
I think the other idea is to play c4, though, and just get that
bind.
Yes. Because, you know, I think we have this conversation every 5 years. But in England, we call it, you know, you hear people call it a Maroczy bind.
Yes, well,
do you know that?
Maroczy Géza. In Hungarian, you would pronounce it like this. The same applies to me. I'm Peter Leko, and we had this conversation that you asked me about Peters, how many Peters there are. And then I was walking back to the hotel, and I was thinking, what an idiot I am.
What?
Well, Ács Péter, Prohászka Péter, we have two Hungarian grandmasters, but we are, you know, in my mind, they are Péter, not Peter.
Right.
Yeah, it's completely crazy, and I was not naming them. I'm very sorry. Guys, if you are watching, I hope you are watching. Yes, I feel very sorry. But that's just the Hungarian mind, how it works. It's
how
crazy.
is it Peter Ács?
Ács Péter. Péter Ács, yes.
Yeah.
It's the normal.
That's right.
And Prohászka Péter.
Right,
and actually,
Prohászka,
Peter Ács was World Junior champion in 2001. And he was also in our team, the motor of our team in 2002, winning the silver medal for Hungary.
He was a great player, right?
He was a brilliant player.
He doesn't play anymore.
Well, he was our captain, actually, with the national team. The last couple of years, I played now with him.
But he hasn't played a rated game in...
No, he played.
Oh, he played?
Yeah, actually, I think in 2021, he came back and won the Hungarian championship.
Oh, it's Zoltán who basically retired.
Yes, Zoltán retired, yes.
What does he do now?
Well, tuning cars.
Tuning cars?
Yes, he's a big car fan, and
he's tuning cars?
He is tuning cars. He's an expert, yeah. This is his other expertise, a part of being a 2700 chess player. Yes, Zoltán is amazing. Zoltán Almarsi.
He works in a garage, tuning cars?
Yes, exactly. Yes, very special, and
There
also
you go.
manufacturing and so on. He's into
Wow.
big business. AZ Performance, I think, is his firm.
It's his company,
Yes,
right?
it's his company. Yeah, so
Easy Performance. There you go, guys. If you ever need your tires tuned, that I have to say is if you would have told me, well, he's now working for a hedge fund or he's working in the government.
Well, that's what Peter Arch is doing.
He's working for a hedge fund.
He's working for Morgan Stanley.
Right.
Yes, I think.
Yeah, so, he's working in local government. He decided to go. I think he's probably the first ever chess player to go from chess to being a mechanic. I don't know anybody else, or at least there's no other grandmaster in the world who's a mechanic. Here's a question, and we will get back to the chess. I think I might have done this with you, but we're going to do it again, okay? We're going to do it again. And I want to hear all of you guys in chat as well chiming in. If you were stranded on a desert island and you had to pick a grandmaster to be your company on the island, and this grandmaster you're going to hunt together, you're going to build a house together out of wood, everything. You need to survive, so the guy you choose is very, very important. Who would you choose? Now, you don't have to answer now.
Well, I can answer immediately.
Okay.
I will choose Vincent. We have
Vincent?
I will choose Vincent, and you cannot
He
imagine.
can't build a house?
He can.
Can he?
He can cook.
No.
He can build a bike. He's actually
Really?
setting up his bikes. Yes, buying parts. He's incredible. Everything that I can't do, he can.
Really?
It's just incredible. Yes, exactly.
I had no idea.
I
thought
pick
he's from
Vincent.
his parents are musicians.
Musicians, yes.
He's from this kind of arty background. He can build stuff.
He can build stuff, yes. Exactly, what I'm absolutely not capable of, yes. Yeah, but okay.
I'm going to say this to the chat, and then we're going to get straight back to the games. And it's, I know a lot of people will be complaining, you're not looking at the games. Well, the games go on for 4 hours per round, and we have 2 games a day. So you've got a solid 7 hours and 45 minutes of pure chess, and just a little bit of banter as well. Put your comments in the chat. If you were stranded on a desert island and you had to choose one grandmaster, either active or not, nobody who's unfortunately passed, but somebody who's still around with us, who would you choose? Now, I'll tell you who I would choose. Well, I've got a short list. But I think I would choose Julio Granda.
Because he's a farmer.
He's a farmer.
Yes, he's very reliable. He knows stuff.
He's a farmer. He knows how to do the chickens. He knows how to build stuff, the canopy. He knows how to, probably if we need to make a fire and we don't have, he knows how to do. He probably knows all of that stuff coming from South America.
For sure.
For sure he does.
For sure. But that's why we are so surprised why is he so strong at chess. He knocked me out of the
incredible.
World Cup in 2013 in Tromsø.
By the way, he would be a fantastic freestyle player.
For sure.
He would be a natural
Amazing.
freestyle player, yeah.
Amazing freestyle player.
Julio.
But now, Pranesh fighting for his
There we
life,
go.
fighting how do I get rid of that knight on d6. So it's not about with whom do I team up, whom do I get rid of.
That's right.
That's the impression I'm getting, because he knows exactly that this knight on d6 cannot be tolerated. He's setting up the idea of going knight c8, challenging that knight, and if he's able to trade that off, then actually one could also argue that why did White waste so much tempo landing that knight on d6?
I'm not that impressed with White's position. I think this is a deceptive position, and I think that's again something that a lot of players, certainly improving players, they don't fully acknowledge it. Like, I look at this position, and I think Black is doing totally fine here.
I think you are so optimistic, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, because as you said, I think the knight can be jousted from d6, and I think once that knight is jousted, d5s are coming, and I'm not that impressed with White's position. Now, I'm not saying White is worse. White is probably still better, but I would be very confident in saying, I can put a knight on c6.
But then watch out for b4. Actually, this rook on c5 is a tricky piece.
I'm actually
yeah, just to highlight
the trick.
That if the knight goes to c6, then suddenly there is this b3, b4 trapping that rook on c5. We don't see this motive very often. And now I'm also trying to understand that the move knight g3 indicates that after the move knight c8, is Sindelov thinking about going knight g3 to f5 and asking black the question, do you trade on d6? Then I in fact get another knight on d6 from h1, which would be a very nice trade. Or if you take bishop takes f5, then I'm going to capture back with the knight, and I get the light squares, and it seems like black is unable to break with d5 due to different issues. There is also the b4 one, but also after ed5 there is this pin against black's king on g8. So I'm expecting knight g3 with the idea of meeting knight c8 with knight g3 to f5. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is perfectly logical.
And let's just highlight, if the trade happens, then all of a sudden we are talking about a disappearing knight from g6 versus the disappearing knight on h1, and that knight cannot really be kicked away. Okay, black can try to set up some kind of blockade with maybe going a5 to prepare knight c6, but with the knight on d6 and nice development, I think white should be happy.
Agreed.
All right, we have also seen enough. Yeah, Pranesh has his problems. Yeah, we also see that he's not happy. He has time advantage, but looking at his face expression, he knows that there are a lot of problems to be solved here. We continue our tour. You again get the chance to choose, select wherever you want to go.
Let's look at Aronian versus Ödemus.
Let's take a look.
Because this one, well, I say it should be exciting. It's not the most exciting position. Very similar to the Etienne Bacrot game in many ways.
Wow, but if we look at this position, the first thing that comes to mind, how on earth did the light square bishop disappear? And how did black's knight from h8 actually got to g8? This is like a world record by itself, and we are only move 10. That's what freestyle chess does to us. It just brings the impossible. So let's take a look. e4, e5, bishop c4. The move that computer did not like so much. Knight g6 was in fact the move. And after f3, there was the possibility of this stunning d7, d5 that we just analyzed at the start of the game. Of course, it will never ever happen. It will not cross anybody's minds unless he studied this position with an engine. The knight f4 move was the strategical idea. And one of these, the reason why I'm highlighting that Levon Aronian, whom I consider one of the absolute best in freestyle chess with 90 minutes with the classical time control, is also falling into some kind of a danger. Yeah, nobody can feel safe, no matter how experienced you are. But here the game progressed with knight c6, a4, knight a5, kicking that bishop away from the diagonal. Probably queen a2 was already really bothersome. Oops, the mouse pad was too short. So yeah, putting pressure on the f7 pawn. So knight a5 kicks the bishop away, bishop falls back to a2, knight c6. This thematic we see often in some kind of Italian with bishop e7, this knight a5, knight c6 motif. g3 played, a mysterious move because it clearly has only one aim, one purpose of stopping knight f4. Levon gave it priority. Long castle, black castles, knight c3, knight g7. Now this amazing kind of trade, white also castles, and black played the move f6, which surprises me. And bishop takes g8, knight g8. Puzzle solved. Now we know how we reach this position.
Yeah, Levon's going to feel comfortable here, isn't he? He's going to feel like he's got things totally under control. I don't see any major issues at all for him. But at the same time, it's not a position which has fully developed itself yet. So I think we would be better.
Yes, to move on.
Moving on.
Yes.
There's a lot of, you know, there are probably 10 moves here that are legitimate for white.
But it was very interesting to see the development. The reason why I share your optimism for white, we see that the computer doesn't exactly agree with us, thinking that black is more or less fine, that black's queen on a8 is kind of boxed in. It feels like white will so much more easier bring that queen into the game. All right, and also Ödemus spending a lot of time. He's done to 29 minutes right after only 9 moves played. That just goes on to show how challenging this freestyle chess is another choice. It's up to you.
All right, let's go down. Let's look at Mamedov against Druska. I know they're not two household names, but Druska's having an amazing tournament. So
yes, I also think that it's kind of nice to cover the surprises of the tournament because we don't really know them so well. And believe me, if someone is starting with 3 out of 3, and we have seen Druska taking down none other than MVL, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and in the third round he beat Kartikeyan with the black pieces, I believe. So he has earned the right to be on our broadcast, discuss his game, and he sets up this nice outpost for his knight on b4. So that's already something to rely on. At the same time, there's some weakness on f6. He certainly will have to watch out for the weakness on f6, especially knowing how tricky Rauf is, a very tricky player. And I'm expecting that the last couple of moves were g6, kicking that knight away from f5. Yes, exactly. g6, knight e3, and the knight is kicked, but it comes at the cost of an eternal weakness on f6. Your feeling?
I don't really have a strong feeling here, actually. It's
very tricky.
It's very tricky. I don't know. I couldn't tell you who's better or why. I don't have a particular intuition whatsoever in this position. I would probably take white, but I'm not even sure.
Yeah, my feelings are that if not for the outpost on b4, with the knight, black's position would be horrible. Thanks to this knight on b4, there is some dynamic possibility for black that creates stability also. And the big question is that how quickly the players will find safety for their kings. Yeah, because it's obvious that the safety most probably for white means kingside, castling to g1. And with black, do you have the feeling that you have to evacuate your king, or you think like, maybe I can also try to undermine the structure with c6? One line I want to show, because just how special this freestyle chess is. After c6, knight g4, bishop e7, bishop b6 check. Oops, it's kind of game over. Yeah. So you have to watch out for all these kind of things. c6 would be strategically desirable to challenge the d5 pawn, but with this weakness on b6, you should never forget about a sleeping bishop on g1. All right,
never
a very messy, complex position.
Yeah. Okay, let's carry on. And I'm gonna say let's go to what about Hans Niemann?
Yeah, let's take a look against Denis Kadrich.
Yeah, now do we have we don't.
We don't exactly have, but we might. Yes.
Let's see a big screen here of Hans. Let's get him on the big screen. He loves the attention. He loves the attention. Playing today against Denis Kadrich. What do you know about Denis Kadrich?
Well, I know because he reached, I think, 2600, and he was extremely happy, celebrating that his family is also extremely proud of him, that he made this mission, the so-called Mission Impossible. He achieved it. So he had this run the last 2 years or something, I think in 2023. He's the board number 1 for the Montenegrin national team, and he has had quite some good period.
Yeah.
Recently, however, or 2 years ago, now his rating dropped back to 25-33. It should have meant that he had some unpleasant tournament, most probably recently. But if you have already reached 2600 and you are capable of playing on very high level, it means that sometimes you have these temporary setbacks, because, and I think it's important to mention that psychologically, when you reach 2600, you succeed with something, you might think like, okay, I achieved something. Yeah, and this satisfaction can cause an effect. And sometimes also you reach it and you might get overambitious, like I reached 2600 and you want to jump immediately further, and then you fall back because you are putting too much expectation on yourself. And I think this relates to many people. And what I noticed, that sometimes when you put all this pressure on yourself and you fall back with your rating, many times people judge you by rating and they tell you, this guy lost it, he was good 1 year ago. And many times, exactly at the moment when people tell you that you became worse than you were 1 year ago, the truth is you dropped the rating but probably already became a better player, and in 1 year you jump back, and sometimes you even overpass your previous peak. So
Exactly.
I very much discourage people to judge players based solely on rating points, because that often doesn't do justice.
Well said. And well, Hans Niemann, Hans, he's made a draw. He's on 2.5, but he's still well in this tournament, and he's probably feeling very happy about this position. I mean, a lot of holes in the black position.
Yes, c6, knight b6 check played. We are expecting the move king c7 basically. Yeah, targeting the knight on b6. When white will, okay, let me even, can I make moves or not? Okay, I'm just saying that like king c7, white will defend that knight on b6 with a5. Yeah, king c7 just played. Hans will blitz out the move a5, cementing that monster knight on b6. And the reason why it is also so important for this knight to be cemented on b6, because black's only real counterplay is based with the timely breakout with d7, d5. Of course, at the moment, this is impossible. Let's just count the pieces. The pawn on e4 protects that square. The bishop from c4 controls that square. The knight from b6 controls. And also the queen from a2. So there are so many pieces fighting for that d5 square. We see Kadlec playing the move knight f7. But I'm not liking this. This somehow signals me that white is able to get the total control. Now, one of the tempting moves is to include that knight from g3. Whenever you have a nice position, I think it's very important to kind of ask yourself the question, which piece is not yet optimal? Well, one could argue that the rook on g1 is doing nothing, but at the moment it's not really obvious that why would the rook be so much better on e1. But we can very easily understand that the knight on g3 should be transferred, and it's very tempting to transfer that knight all the way to e3. That will again have a wonderful central influence, will make any kind of d7, d5s impossible. So in fact, in my mind, after the move knight f5, black has to play a move like knight d6. And that's the only reason why I'm not sure yet about knight f5, that whom does this help? Knight takes d6, queen d6. We trade the knights. And yes, white has a lovely position, but then there is this question that should I rush with knight f5 or not? Do we trade the one, because white has some space advantage. Then there is also this common knowledge, if we have space advantage, we should try not to trade pieces, because it is so much easier for us to coordinate the forces, regroup them from one side of the board to the other. In this regard, this is a big question. But Hans should be happy. He's up on the clock. He has a very comfortable position. And black most probably is anyway planning knight d6, knight c8. That's another route of trying to get rid of that monster knight from b6. So now Hans has to kind of decide which knight do I trade for that knight which is ready to jump to d6 and c8. Is there also somewhere some possibility to be very energetic, using the fact that somehow this construction is strange, so it would be lovely to open up the center, but at the moment it's not so easy, because let's not forget, after d4, e takes d4, c takes d4, there is queen takes b4. That queen is hidden there on f8, but it eyes the b4 square, and that will pose a lot of problems for white. There is just no need to play like this. Basically, if you play d4, it means that you blundered the pawn on b4, which nobody will do on this level. So I think we have covered this game enough. We see that also Hans understands exactly that, okay, it's a nice position, I have time advantage, but it's not as easy as it looks. and I have to think to find the right strategy. All right, let's see what else can I find, because we have tons of action. We already see that the engine, first of all, is claiming that Magnus already has the upper hand, which honestly I'm not surprised. And let's go to Bacrot. Etienne Bacrot against Magnus Carlsen. What happened here? Because after b6, black was the one hitting the knight first. Etienne played the move g3. One move too late. Yeah, he's trying to get bishop h3, but now the big difference is, and Magnus calculated beautifully probably, that he can play a timely f5, and after bishop h3 we get some complete chaos. And Magnus is the player who never believes his opponent. He only trusts himself. He goes for the sharp line, rook takes e4. He goes into the complications. Bishop takes f5, rook e6. What a turn of events. Queen a2, queen c6. The queen comes to life, knight b5, king b7, knight d4. What a game.
What a sequence.
What a sequence. But somehow it feels to me, if white is not winning on the spot, then black will be very happy of all this. How do we react? Where is black's queen hiding, right?
The bar said black is fine, so it isn't winning for white. But I'll tell you what, if you gave me this position just and said, here you are, Lawrence, who's winning? I would say that this is just straight up winning for white.
But maybe he has queen d5. Maybe queen d5 is possible, stepping into the... This is maybe a crazy move that Etienne from a distance misled me, because what I'm calculating that after knight takes e6, queen takes f5, it's like a fairy tale. Yeah, and it seems like computer agrees. Yeah, it's just completely insane. After knight takes e6, queen takes f5, we get this, that we open up the sleeping bishop, which protects the knight. So if white takes on f8, we can just capture back, and we are very happy. There was maybe even a knockout blow with knight e3. I was already just very happy highlighting that.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's just winning on the spot, hitting
queen
the queen.
b1, bishop a2.
Let's put it on the board. Yeah, queen b1, bishop a2, and of course Magnus plays the move queen d5. Yeah, queen d5 on the board. And poor Etienne, look at him. He's thinking, and he's extremely frustrated because, yeah, knight takes e6, queen f5. Another point that if white activates the queen, picks up the knight on c4, then black simply takes the knight on e6, and that monster knight is eliminated. We do the count, 2 pieces versus rook and the pawn. A lovely structure for black. It should be a technical win. And another beauty is that after queen takes f5, there is the intermediate check on d8.
Yes.
But it doesn't do anything, because after king c8, the bishop protects the knight on c4. What an insane kind of geometry.
Absolutely insane, yeah. Brilliant. I mean, bishop a2 is that's nice, huh?
Let's just bring that back, because we haven't treasured it enough. Because there was live action. Queen b1, bishop a2, and white's queen is boxed. If white takes, then there is queen takes c2, checkmate happening on the spot. So yes, it's kind of crazy, absolutely crazy. And how unlucky Etienne has to be, because probably he had foreseen many of these complications, and he simply believed, well, if we just go back 2 moves, that it's such a beautiful forcing sequence. Yeah, that the queen comes to a2, says hello to the knight, and there is a tremendous pin here, and there is a stunning pin here. Then it means that queen c6 has to be played. Then there is this tempo move, knight b5, setting up knight takes a7 fork issue. So black has to react. Black's only move is king b7, and then white gets this tempo, hitting the queen, hitting the rook, hitting the knight. And if this is not winning, but this is one of those very special exceptions. Yeah, and this is always, as a top player, you have to pay attention to exceptions. Everything that is natural is understandable for basically everyone, but all these nuances and this crazy calculation, and look at the players, they mean business. Queen d5 on the board.
Yeah, this is a nasty spot for Etienne, who is faced with an unenviable decision about how to proceed here. all roads look pretty nasty for him. We've analysed some variations there. I don't know the best way here for white. I think it requires... Yeah, I mean, you could spend all day in this position, basically.
Yes.
I mean, this is a sort of position here where you would be justified to spend 20 minutes, half an hour, because the next move decides the game, basically. Either you find a way to salvage yourself here as white, or black wins. There is no in-between here. It's either you find a saving move or a way to continue, or black wins. So you can't just play a neutral move, slowly improving your position. You have to find a concrete path here forward. So I think Magnus is, I think he's on the verge of winning today.
Yes.
I've got a feeling that he's going to win, and he will very much enjoy being on 100%. And look, Etienne doesn't look like he's having fun, does he? It's a morning round. He's playing Magnus. His position is tough.
He's also shocked because he had such a wonderful possibility. And let me just very quickly go back to this position after f4, knight c4. Having had a half an hour time advantage, he should have spent the time here, because he definitely has seen the idea with g3. We also see what kind of lines he was calculating with the move a4. But actually there was nothing to calculate so deeply. Just play the thing for 10 minutes, understand that, okay, all this a4 might be too complicated, too complex, and I have an easy alternative with g3. Go for g3, simple move in the morning, that's all you need. Instead of this, Etienne went for this a4 and allowed Magnus, and we are talking about this all the time, that all it takes for Magnus is just one inaccuracy by his opponent, and he jumps at the opportunity. He always senses the critical moment. And also after a4, I'm pretty sure that he was so happy, because he must have been worried of the move g3. What do I do after the move g3? But Etienne blitzed out the move a4, and then Magnus spent another 10 or 12 minutes in order to get into the essence of the position, and probably he has foreseen, he anticipated that we might be seeing this absolutely crazy, fantastic sequence of moves. What a stunner. One of the most intensive 5-6 moves we probably have seen in our lives. And judging the final move, even to see the move queen d5, it's possible, but you might not believe that it's possible. Yeah, you might think like there will be something for white.
It's definitely missable from afar, this move. It's so unnatural to put the queen in both a position where it can be attacked by a discovery and pinned. I mean, the queen is so unnatural on d5, yet in this position it works. And again, that's why the top guys especially, they're able to break the rules. We learn, students and improving players, they have their blueprint of don't put your queen in exposed places, don't do this. All of these kind of ideas, these general ideas. But when you get to the absolute top level, you have to be able to bend the rules, and you have to be able to adapt very quickly. Things get much more complicated, and Magnus does that really well. And he looks, you can just tell by the body language. I mean, look at the body language of the two players. You've got Magnus leaning back in his chair, and you've got Vachier, aka Etienne Bacrot, deep in thought, head in hands, and he hardly looks like a man who's really enjoying the position. He's a bit annoyed that the position is what it is. And
well, we are in a state of shock. Then imagine how he feels there. Yeah, he was thinking like, I might outsmart Magnus. I'm going for this incredible sequence of moves. I have calculated very deeply. And actually, I know from my times with Etienne that he's a player who can calculate extremely well and very long. That's probably also the Dorfman chess school. Yeah, he got so many exercises. But here somehow, the early morning, or he got carried away by thinking like, I have all these possibilities. And it just took him one inaccuracy and this illusion, the misillusion that this position will be good for him. And he's paying a heavy price. Honestly, I'm so much in shock that I'm not even capable of finding for white the source. let me turn on engine just to see that how bad objectively is the situation. Psychologically, it's horrible. It feels objectively bad for him, but what is the real truth?
Wow.
And the real truth seems to justify our feelings, because if you have to take on e6, and this is the only move that computer says that you can do, take, this is extremely sad. You know exactly that it's just a matter of time for Magnus to convert this advantage.
Yeah.
The line that computer indicates is rook d4, trying to put pressure. However, black has queen e1, rook d1, and then black can also just play the move queen e2, protecting the knight, and there are no more pins. Slowly you develop the knight. Maybe the best thing that white could do, if white could trade queens.
Queen b3.
If somehow with queen b3, queen d3, I would be in time to trade queens, there is chance to survive. It's unpleasant. Black will be pushing, but it's not lost. This is still a chance. But Etienne has to first of all calm himself down to be able to think normally. It was definitely not what he signed up for, and he goes for it. Bishop e6 on the board. Bishop takes e6, captured by Magnus as well. And he goes, however, for b3.
What is this?
Did he play the move b3?
Whoa.
Yes.
This is wrong. Apart from the bar going down, you can just feel that this is wrong.
The queen on a2.
It's not just that, but you allow bishop a3 check, and then the rook on d1 is hanging as well. So my spidey senses are going off here. It feels like this is tactics o'clock.
Well, we talked about this, that this is always a horrible kind of nightmare scenario of your queen is boxed in the corner. What is Etienne really thinking of? So his idea is that if the knight has to move, then he wants to get a tempo with c4. Is that what he's relying on? So then we have to kind of calculate force lines that what happens here.
I've got an idea. It's beautiful.
Bishop a6, king b1, knight b2,
Correct.
this kind of direction, then queen h1.
Correct.
I sensed you, but I don't know if it's working or not.
Me neither, because you take on a3 at the end.
Exactly, and then let's just show that bishop a3 check, king b1, knight b2, it's the very first kind of instinct, but we only do this if it wins on the spot. And the line that we both kind of probably looked at very much in the same moment was the move rook d2, when, according to computer, actually, black is winning on the spot. It's kind of crazy, because the move queen h1 runs into queen takes a3, and then white takes on b2. So even this is maybe just bishop b4. Maybe just bishop b4.
Oh yeah, that's simple.
Is that a move? Yeah, bishop b4 hitting the rook. So actually, just in two moves, we have seen that it's so is the blunder. It's such a special, and after knight b2, computer says that it's good for white. What else can white do at all? Just rook e1, just target, because the knight on d4 is protected by the bishop. Simple chess.
Yes.
But this simple chess, when the engine helps you with the bar, with the evaluation, then it's so much easier than over the board to try to figure this out, because you are tempted to try to punish the move b3 with a very special reaction. But then what else do we do after b3? Also, Magnus's body language, the way he's sitting there, he's about to make a move. I wonder that will he be able to punish him so quickly? Did he expect the move b3?
No.
It cannot, yeah, definitely not.
No chance.
No chance, because you feel like, okay, b3, first of all, it does absolutely nothing, even if you just retreat the knight to d6, but it's also so weakening that that you just don't focus on this move.
Yeah, no, this is
we can also just
retreat
the knight to d6, for example, yeah, without any specialty. Let me just highlight that, okay, we are expecting the move c4, queen e4, for example, knight takes d6, this bishop has to be captured, takes, then white probably activates the queen with a check. But, for example, okay, maybe I can even afford to get into this pin, because what is the problem? I don't mind, and I have all these pieces. If the bishop ever lands on the long diagonal, then how can white ever fight against black's queen invading against white's king? This is horrible situation, so I just don't understand the benefit. We also see that the computer says that black is winning, maybe on the spot.
On the spot.
I can't really spot it. Just for our audience, we will turn it on because Magnus will make his move. That how obvious. Wow, bishop g4 is but this is completely insane. What is this bishop g4? B takes c4 with a tempo. I don't really believe that will Magnus spot this bishop g4? What do you think he will or not?
No.
Because it's simply not necessary. Yeah, he has such a fun.
Yeah, he's going to play bishop a3 check.
He plays bishop a3. That's the other move, which is very strong. But the big question is, what will be the key move?
And now he's going to...
What is the key move? Touching the d1 rook might be. And knowing that knight b2 run into rook e1, then any other idea how you can touch?
Oh, right. So, yeah, so if you go queen h5...
Queen h5?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So from that angle, yeah, hitting the rook. And it's on the board. Yeah, he has done it. That was the other solution. The other solution, which is a complete knockout. Because if the white rook has to move, and the rook basically has nowhere else to go to e1, now the big difference is that, first of all, black can even harass the rook with bishop b4, setting up the idea rook takes e6, queen d1, checkmate. Oh my God, this is game over. It's a total knockout. It's the final punch.
That's it. And if you move the rook away, let's say you move...
Yeah, where do we move it at all?
Rook to f1, let's say.
Well, okay, no, look f1. I can't even look at knight d2 check is a 4.
Oh, knight d2 check.
Okay,
yeah.
but it's just a total collapse.
This is it. This is a this is the Titanic.
It's sinking.
The Titanic hit the iceberg.
Yes.
I mean, 5 seconds ago. No, this has been a bit of an unpleasant game for Etienne because he, I think he,
unbelievable.
He didn't realize that the inaccuracies he was making in the opening were so grave. I mean, not playing g3 earlier and so on and so forth. It had a big effect on this game. And I think Etienne, when he looks back at this game, he's going to think, I should have probably invested a bit more time in the
Exactly,
opening.
that was the mistake. Because, okay, if you think for a long time and then you make a mistake, you can forgive yourself because you were trying your best, yeah? But rushing in the position where you had chances, and it was obvious, it was visible that Magnus was very angry, very upset that he landed in that position. There was this chance, and it was a very natural, very solid kind of construction. And if Etienne goes back to his room and turns on engine, and he sees that actually with GC he might have just gotten practically such a fantastic position that after that he could have never ever lost that. Yeah, it's just insane.
Indeed, he's going to be annoyed, but we're going to see how long he survives. We are going to go for a quick break, as it turns out. So don't go anywhere.
But then we will miss the resignation.
Well, do
we really want to miss the resignation? That's a question.
We're from our producers.
Let's get confirmation, because Etienne is in a state of shock. We know that he's a player who in lost position will not play on. He might just resign.
Well, we will keep an eye on it, and if we need to hop back in.
But also in the break, we can keep the camera on, yes? So
absolutely.
Basically the audience will not miss the moment.
Absolutely.
Rook d3 is played. Yeah, that was a move when, however, queen h3 is a total knockout blow. And then you are coming, you can't stop queen f1. And believe me, Magnus will kind of blitz out. Look at this, he blitzes it out. Queen h3, it's over. Now we will see the handshake.
And if rook f1 or rook d1?
What did he play?
Now just knight d2 check anyway, or what? King a1. I don't see the knockout.
Yeah, Magnus can hardly hold himself back. Okay, let's not miss these two moves, and then we go for a break.
But I don't see the knockout.
Well, Magnus sees it. He's about to make a move.
Maybe it's just...
Well, there is knight d2 check, then king a1, bishop b4,
queen b2,
knight e4, setting up bishop c3. Yeah, we are seeing the move knight d2. It's just such a beautiful sequence of moves that I think we would not do justice for the players if we miss this. So knight d2 check, king a1, bishop b4 on the board. and queen b2, knight e4. That's the end of it.
Yeah, that's good. That will queen b2. If knight e4 lands, that's going to be the last move of the game.
Horrible. Actually, it can simply destroy Etienne's tournament, because such a devastating loss, you have to fight with yourself so much to forgive yourself. Yeah, he plays the move queen b2. Yeah, there was nothing else, and now we are expecting knight e4. This beautiful knight dance. Actually, this knight, let me highlight the route. It started from h8, g6, e5, c4, d2, and after knight e4, landing on the beautiful e4 square, threatening bishop c3, and there is no way, because after king a2, knight c3, check, force the rook, and it's all over. No defense.
That's it.
All right, Lawrence,
Yes.
I already overruled the producers.
Yes.
Big apologies. It's now your responsibility.
Oh, we're staying, apparently.
We are
We
staying.
are going to wait. Now,
Excellent.
we didn't get Magnus in yesterday. Maybe we get lucky today because it's a short game. We might be able to get it in. No promises. No promises. We probably won't get him, but we will go for a break. Yeah, it's a bit different to other years, because in other years, Peter, we didn't have this huge open, right? And 2 rounds a day. It was 1 round a day.
Yes.
It was a bit more chilled out. There was an elite tournament alone, and so now.
And you knew exactly that in classical chess, such disaster can never happen.
Yeah.
Because there is always stability for the players. Here, the point was that this queen on a1, queen a8 construction had this effect that whoever gets that queen first in will actually win the game. It's a completely different, requires a completely different mindset, and you have to be very well aware of this. And of course, Magnus, with his tremendous freestyle experience in this regard, his intuition was more alert. So Magnus taking his time for the final move. Let me turn on engine just so that we are not talking total nonsense. It feels like, yeah, knight e4 is the total knockout blow, but the problem is why Magnus is hesitating, that bishop g4 equally very strong. So both moves just win on the spot.
Yeah, bishop g4, rook e1, knight takes b3 is... Oh, well, maybe you don't want to go for that, actually. That's probably a bit too simple.
However, looking at the lines, white is completely lost, but he might find a way to continue the game, which basically gives us the chance to go for a break, because otherwise we might be stuck here for another 10 minutes and we anyway won't see the resignation.
Okay.
That's kind of my feeling. We anyway have it on the live board, so
Yes.
let's have a break and then see how this game ends.
Classical chess or freestyle chess?
Oh, classical chess, for sure, for sure, definitely.
Classical chess or freestyle chess? Which do you prefer?
Classical, yeah.
Classical.
I think freestyle.
I love both.
I prefer classical chess.
I'm playing the classical, but freestyle is new and it's very interesting.
I like classical more, for sure.
Freestyle. Classical. Open chess.
The classical.
Okay, here freestyle chess.
Classical.
Classical.
Yes. Classical chess. El Clásico.
Classical chess.
Classical. Freestyle.
Oh, good. Let's go freestyle.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here at the Grenke Chess Festival. The fourth round is underway. Magnus Carlsen seems to be on his way to win his fourth game in a row. It's looking devastating for Etienne Bacrot. If we would just count the pieces, it might look like, okay, rook and 2 pawns, what's the big issue? The problem is that black has complete domination. White's king is in a lot of trouble. Black's bishops are incredibly powerful. White's rook is running out of squares on the back rank. So yeah, it's a horror situation. We were already not sure if Etienne can hold on as long as he did, but it's really just a matter of time and moves before he resigns. Well, it was a lovely video there, and we have seen very honest opinion from the players, participants playing in this amazing festival, yeah, because it's not only freestyle chess. We are, of course, covering mostly the freestyle chess because all the superstars are playing in this wonderful event. We call it like the Big Grand Swiss. Is the qualification trying to qualify for the Grand Slam tournament in Las Vegas later in July, middle of July. So that's the big ticket. Magnus wants to win the event. He's already qualified for Las Vegas. The same applies to Fabiano Caruana as well. But we have seen also the graphics at the start of the tournament that there are Grand Slam points to be distributed. So it's not only about the special 60,000 euro first prize. It's about getting as much Grand Slam points as possible as well for Magnus Carlsen, who clearly wants to win the whole Grand Slam tour. There is a big Grand Slam tour going on. And this is a very special tournament because now everybody gets the chance to participate, and we feel and we see the excitement on all the super grandmasters who are here, and also the other grandmasters who feel like this is the chance of my life that I can maybe win this event, get into the Grand Slam, and then fight for the $200,000 first prize in Las Vegas. So a lot at stake, but for the moment, forget about everything. Just always focus on the game that you have in front of you. Etienne Bacrot played the move bishop c3. Clearly, Magnus will just move his bishop away just to e3, and there is no defense against queen takes c2 check. And I believe that once the pawn on c2 falls, Etienne will call it a day. Magnus can hardly hold himself back. The big question is, yeah, he can even be fancy and take bishop takes f4. That's a tactic, but it's completely unnecessary. The justification of bishop f4 is that after g takes f4, queen takes c2 check, king a3, there was bishop d5, but Magnus says, no, I'm professional. I'm going to play the move bishop e3, and I know that my opponent resigns because there is just no way against any defense to avoid queen takes c2. What a big win for Magnus. He gets to 4 out of 4, and it's horrible for Etienne. Let's see the players discussing. Yeah, Magnus highlights that, but you could have played g3. I don't know what to do after g3. And Etienne highlights the d5 square. He says, yes, but I have thought like what I'm doing is brilliant, but I have missed the d5 square. I have missed the move queen d5. Let me even bring that moment on to treasure one more time that very special move. Queen c6 to d5 was the move that Etienne Bacrot missed, and that cost him the game. A very big win for Magnus, starting the day with such a win with the black pieces. That's a dream scenario. And for ATM, what a big chance. Just a little move, G3. What Magnus highlighted that, wait a second, ATM, but you could have played G3. Magnus was showing the G3 pawn move to Etienne, and then Magnus would have been in trouble. Well, we know Magnus, yeah, he can navigate things, but this would have been a very unpleasant situation. All right, so what we have seen so far, Magnus Carlsen advancing to 4 out of 4. Let's try to get an update on the other boards. Richard Rapport on the second board, playing against Leon-Luc Mendonca. It was a very special kind of position. Let's get the latest update. Well, we talked about this with Lawrence. Yeah, Lawrence highlighted that there will be short castle. But before going more deeply into the game of Richard Rapport and Leon-Luc Mendonca, you might be wondering, and absolutely rightly so, that what happened? Why am I alone here commentating? Well, unfortunately, Lawrence already mentioned it, that he had a very rough night. He got food poisoning, and we have all been there. We know how it feels, what it means, and we wished him the best, and we felt like it's better if he rests and tries to come back for the afternoon show for the next round than to suffer here while clearly in pain and in a lot of trouble. So we are one team. I'm pretty sure that if I would be in the shoes of Lawrence, then Lawrence would be happy to give double energy and try to give his best. And now I'm doing the same for Lawrence and for the team. And let's continue our coverage. So Richard Rapport, having a wonderful grip. The reason why I'm calling it as a wonderful grip, because if you just look at this structure, the A4, B3, C3, D4 pawn structure and the F5 pawn structure as well, because this is one picture, they all connect to each other. The knight on A3, perfectly placed. There is a hole in black's camp. The B5 square is a very big weakness. The king on D8 is stuck in the center, so black will not be able to evacuate his king to safety. The move bishop e3 to f4, another powerful move, setting up a pin against the rook on c7. And just imagine if that knight from g3 ever somehow even lands on e3. If that knight is transferred, then the game is automatically over. Yeah, then that is like a perfect symphony. Everything is so harmonious, brilliant. And what I also find intriguing is we talked about the starting position. One of the big challenges in this position was that what do we do with the queen in the corner? Well, the queen stays on a1, and thanks to the structure, thanks to the total control, actually that queen stands absolutely well on a1. There's no reason to rush transferring that queen anywhere else. Everything else is already set up. We have seen Mendonca play a wonderful strategical game against Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday. Well, it seems that it is now Richard's turn. He is doing exactly the same. It's a horror situation. Black might have to play the move rook c7 to d7, sidestepping the pin, but we know exactly that such moves are horrible. The king still anyway cannot move. The only, rook d7 played. The only hope was some pressure along the c file. And after the move rook d7, black can just sit and wait and hope for a miracle. But knowing Richard, he's a brilliant player. He already played this game wonderfully, setting up this advantage. And if you get such a position, then of course you want to also finish in style. So expecting Richie to win this game, but for the moment, it's a wonderful position, but black is hanging on. And one of the resources I see, I turn the engine on now just to see that, how bad it is. Well, computer gives a +2 advantage for white, but at least there is this move knight c6 to a7. And the reason why I'm highlighting this move is that it is so essential to keep control of the b5 square, and then black's rook on c8 gets opened up. Eventually, at some point, the question will appear that after bishop f7, does white trade the light square bishop? Previously, we talked about it, that if it's a King's Indian kind of structure that we have seen earlier in the game, then the light square bishop, the trade of the light square bishops would actually be in clear favor for white. But now that we see that the b5 square is weak, it's also very tempting after bishop f7 just to fall back with the bishop and make sure to control that b5 square even further. And to make things worse, Mendonca is down to 11 minutes on move 17. So also practically he's under a lot of pressure, but there's a hope. Sometimes when you have a bad position and you are low on the clock, your opponent might relax. That's one of the things that from the stronger side you should actually never fall for, having the advantage, having the upper hand on the clock as well, to rush things and try to play against the opponent's clock, especially when there is 30 seconds increment per move. Yeah, so always pay attention to this. Be calm, play the position, don't try to fight against your opponent's clock. We have seen enough. I'm turning off the engine and moving on. Let's take a look. On the third board, local hero Dimitri Kollars beating Wesley So yesterday in one of the longest games of the day, is facing the Chinese superstar Yuan-Ji, the first chess player whom I met here in Karlsruhe, because we came over from the Paris Grand Slam. We arrived already on the 15th. And on the very same day, I met Yuan-Ji by walking in the center. So it means that he's a true professional. He knows that this is a very important event. He most probably came all the way from China, and he wants to make sure that he's in perfect shape, that the jet lag will be under control. He's here from the beginning, and it seems like he's putting pressure with the black pieces. Look at this. Black has the only open file. The F file is beautifully controlled, and black's queen from A8 is already very much in the game. That queen on A7 protects the only weakness on B7. If, for example, white tries to target that B7 pawn, and then already queen protects. At the same time, the queen supports this very vital diagonal, the A7 G1 diagonal. So white is kind of pinned with his knight. Luckily for white, this is a very solid kind of pawn structure. I would say that if this D2 pawn would have to move to D3, then white's construction would be so much more shaky. This pawn on D2 covers the knight on E3. The pawn on C3 covers the weak squares D4 and B4. However, the problem is that the C5 square is eternal for black. Yeah, that bishop just sits on C5. Black plays the move D6, stabilizes the position, also puts pressure on the clock. 21 minutes for Dimitri, 21 for Yuan-Ji. Probably black feels like, all right, I'm having a wonderful position. How do I progress? How do I make progress? Sometimes the best way to make progress is doing nothing, or to try to pretend that you are doing nothing. At the same time, you are just step by step improving your position. That's the true mastery. And then if your opponent, who is also a very strong player, will feel that, wait a second, my opponent is step by step improves, then automatically your opponent becomes very nervous that, oh no, I have to do something, I have to change the character of the position. But actually, the reason why white holds on so well is that it's not obvious how black breaks through. What does white do then in this situation? Well, try to calm his nerves down, to realize and acknowledge, yes, I'm worse, but if I'm rushing, if I'm emotional, does it help my cause? Can I really cause so much tension in the position, or surprise, counter chances? And if the answer is no, then you have to be patient. I'm also believing that the rook b1 idea is not connected with the queen b7 checkmate, not at all. It's more like maybe already setting up the idea of transferring that queen from b2 to c2 to guard the e4 pawn. Why do I mention this? The reason is that I'm thinking that at some point maybe black will try to play rook f4. Of course, when white can play the move knight d5, then rook f4 is unfortunate. But just in case, stabilizing everything, the move d6 also indicates that black feels like white can't do anything. So let me just play d6. White has to find a useful move which does not spoil the possession, and rather quickly, because one thing is clear: in a slightly worse position where only your opponent can have active possibilities, you don't want to get into time trouble. Then you will be always under tremendous pressure. So controlling the clock and trying to make sure that black is unable to make direct progress. Queen c2 will be played. No, okay, rook e d1, very much in the same spirit, kind of just making a little pass. Maybe the next move will be queen c2, maybe the next move will be just a jadub, rook d1 to e1, and pass it on to your opponent. Please show me how you break. And UNG up on the clock, but just a minute. We'll have to think what to do. All right, we have covered this game enough. It's clear that black is in control, but white is holding on for the moment. This gives us the chance to move on. And we talked about Sindarov-Pranesh game. I'm very interested how this game progresses, and well, actually, we have tremendous progress. I would say that from black's perspective, black has improved the position. Black has improved the position because, first of all, at the moment when we saw the game, there was a knight on d6. That knight got traded off. White occupied the center. White got the Maróczy bind, but at the same time, this is not the typical Maróczy because there is also the weak d4 square, the dark square. So black is also ready to jump on that possibility with knight c6 and knight d4. The last move from white was knight e2 to c3, I believe. Yes, it is. And it indicates that against the move knight c6, white is probably trying to get that knight to b5 in order to control the d4 square this way. We do see that the computer suddenly does not like it. Maybe it's something like e takes f4 and then try to cement a knight on e5 or even the rook on e5. It's, in any case, I feel that this is the best position that black had in the game. Looking at the clocks, 11.5 minutes versus 29 minutes. Pranesh is up on the clock. I would say that at the moment this is a very double-edged affair. I don't really believe that we can say that white is a clear favorite here anymore. Not at all. And just a very quick update, because we have seen this position after knight g3, and we talked about knight c8, knight gf5 being the issue. And what did Pranesh do and how did he reach this position? He played the cold-blooded g6 move. It might look like a weakening. We also see the Everbar doesn't like it, but this is a main priority to trade those knights with knight c8 and don't let white's knight from g3 enter the game. And that's how he fought back after c4, a6. Yeah, probably the game was not optimal, but just to very quickly go through it, black slowly regroups the pieces. Yeah, a4, queen d8, bishop d3, queen e7, and eventually after knight e2, king g7, f4, black basically locked down the queen side. So a5, a very committal move, but just getting the grip on the squares. It's all about the dark squares. Let me cheat for a second, because when we are not covering from the beginning, we don't have the logic of each move. Then it's very difficult to tell the truth. Well, the computer highlights that in this position, it was very important for white actually to play the move f5. And this illustrates why my intuition was actually mentioning that I would really love to take e takes f4 at some moment. I did mention that after knight c3 and knight c6 and knight b5, e takes f4. Knowing this fact, then after knight c6, maybe there is f5 move, it could be the right time to take ef4, because already the structure is fixed. And once the structure is fixed, and you see that there is this lovely e5 square, by the way, actually, by the way, even there are some ideas that crossing my mind, computer doesn't show it. For example, after queen takes f4, is it possible to place the rook on e5 and try to be even extremely ambitious by getting knight a6, knight c5 in? This is also a possibility. But of course it would be more standard to get knight c6, knight e5 in, but I'm kind of asking what is this rook doing on c5? Because one thing is for sure, in this kind of structure, with the pawn structure already kind of clearly established, there are no breaks. So b5 and d5 are out of question, and if those moves are out of question, then actually we realize that the rooks have nothing to do on the c file. They already had their job. So moving that rook from c8 back to f8, covering the f6 square, the f6 weakness, moving the rook to e5 and maybe thinking about knight a6, knight c5 looks very harmonious, very natural, and black is no worse, absolutely not worse for sure. Very big moment. Will Pranesh play the move e takes f4, which is so vital? The reason why I'm asking this question is that White had an option in the previous move to go f4, f5, but he didn't play it, which means that Pranesh might think that, wait a second, if my opponent is not intending to play the move f5, then I might not have to rush on f4. Yeah, this is a typical mind game. This is often the case while, according to computers, the players not playing the most precise way, because you simply assume that if my opponent didn't do a certain move, then why should he do one move later? But objectively speaking, e takes f4 is not the right moment to capture. And then it will be very tricky. That, yeah, white is solid. I cannot say that black is better or anything like this, but actually probably white has to give up on the hope of really getting something out of this game. All right, we have covered this game, I think, well enough. We will keep an eye on Pranesh later on if he did capture on f4. He's about to make a move and he plays the move knight c6. So he kind of believes his opponent. And now the big question is, and it's very nice that we still catch the moment, that will Sindarov now, and he goes f5. There you have it. That's why you can never believe your opponent. That's why you can never believe your opponent, because we see that Sindarov is under time pressure. So he might have played the move knight c3 routinely, thinking like, okay, I play knight c3 and then I think about f5. Then Pranesh was thinking, and while Pranesh was thinking, Sindarov, Java here, Sindarov definitely have sense that, wait a second, after e takes f4, the e5 square will be available for black, and I'm not liking this situation. And instantly corrects when he got the chance after knight c6, f5, bishop f7, knight b5 on the board, and white is back in control. All right, this gives us the chance to move on. Pranesh will be kicking himself. There was this golden opportunity. He could have equalized the game, but missed it. So where do we go? Wow! I'm seeing, first of all, two games that, according to engine, look very promising for white. And one of the game is about the very experienced Israeli grandmaster Viktor Michalevsky playing against Jordan Van Forest. And what do we see here? The reason why I'm slowing down by saying that, yes, of course, it's clear that white is an exchange up, but white's pawn structure is damaged. So if black is able to establish some kind of blockade and avoid any kind of direct problems, then he would have compensation. The problem, however, that I see that due to the pin, and that's why the move queen d5 was so important, due to the pin, maybe white can just take on b7. After knight takes b7, take on d7, and after rook takes d7, just play f takes e5. And then this should be just a technical win for Viktor Michalevsky, which would mean that he gets to 4 out of 4 as well. A tremendous chance. He has 13.5 minutes with a 30 seconds increment. I would say that this is not a difficult technical job. It would be if the pawns from the king side would be eliminated. Yeah, if not for the king side pawns, then thanks to the fortress kind of thing, black would have all the chances to save the game. But with those pawns alive, the two rooks should actually just decide the game. I even don't think that we have to spend more time on it. This is kind of elemental. Victor is, however, doing the correct job. He knows if what I just described is true, then his position is winning. There is just no need to rush at all. Make sure that it's really like this, and then we will see, I think, well, there is a question. Maybe even not to trade on b7. Maybe just take on d7 immediately, and then rook d7, f takes c5, exactly with the same issues that there is the pin. Then why should we even allow that knight from d8 to be activated? So Jordan is in a lot of trouble. Let's continue our journey, because Alexei Sarana is also apparently having a great chance against Jan Smeets. Jan Smeets, who has made this sensational result yesterday by beating Alexander Grischuk. And we see a symmetrical position, but once again, and everyone who is interested to get more and more into freestyle, to understand certain positions, once again we see the difference. It's symmetrical, but whose queen is more active? And with the knight on b5, queen on c3, eyeing the c7 pawn, and black's queen still boxed in on a8. Yeah, now black has made the move bishop g6. That was the last move. Bishop f7 to g6, heavily criticized by the computer. So what is there? Apparently there is a knockout blow here. I'm somewhat puzzled and surprised why the move bishop b4 was not played, because it would have been very tempting to kick that queen away. This queen on c3 is such a powerful queen, but okay, we don't have time for this. Bishop g6, the current position, the live position, and Sarana is thinking, Jan Smeets is looking somewhere in the distance. I'm kind of sensing like, wait a second, what have I done? Well, what he has done is that he is trying to destroy white's pawn structure by going bishop takes c4, f takes c4. If that happens, then we get a completely different character. And if black can then just survive the next couple of moves, then in long terms with this monster knight on e5, he should have probably no big issues. Still, with the queen on b7, I don't have to say anything because, and we already have a result. I'm expecting from body language that this game must have ended in a draw, but also knowing that two brilliant players face each other, what was the result? Gatakamsky, yeah, probably it should have been a draw. But let me go back to the Sadana game. Yes, so what are we seeing here? Is there a knockout blow? According to the computer, there is something very special going on. The first question, what happens after bishop takes b6? Yeah, that's one of those typical moves that one has to check if we are looking for tactics. Yeah, because if bishop b6 works, let's try it. What happens after bishop takes b6? So two moves comes to mind. C takes b6 first, or the intermediate move bishop b4. Okay, let's first take a look at c takes b6, then we give a check. Knight d6, I'm expecting that black has to capture on d6, and bishop takes b6 on the board. Of course, Sadana is not missing this golden opportunity, and I'm kind of wondering, why did Jan let this happen? Now, let's continue. Knight takes d6. King has to move somewhere. Where does this king move? Probably to b8 to get out of the pin. Now there is a question. Do we take this rook, or do we just treasure the monster knight on d6? This is already a big question, but wait a second. If we take and play f4, this is, yeah, c takes b6 played, f4 is played, and then the knight has nowhere to go. So, okay, we will see this position. So let's go to live action. Knight e6 on the board. Smeets will have to take this knight. There's just no other move. Takes, and then once again, in a very similar structure, like in the game between Etienne and Magnus, f4 will be very unpleasant. But wait a second. Wait a second. Sarana says, I even don't need to take with a knight. I'm going for a kill directly with rook takes d6. Hitting that knight on c6. And now again, f3, f4 is a deadly threat. So I'm assuming rook d8 has to be played. And it was intuitively the decision that, okay, I'm going to take knight d6, take on e8, go f4, and rely on that domination. We will be seeing rook d8. There is no other move in the position. Rook d8 will be played, and then what is the justification of Sarana? Why is he thinking that this is the knockout blow? Because after rook d8, if there is nothing better, well, if white insists on keeping the rook on the 6th rank, putting pressure on the knight on c6, I think that I can play rook e8. I might be, wait a second, then knight d6 check. What am I talking about? Rook e6, well, intuitively rook e8, knight d6 check, there is king d7, and all of a sudden this is good for black because the rook on e6 is trapped. So all eyes on the current position, rook d8 on the board. Moment of truth, how will Alexei continue? And he goes f4. Okay, sticks to the original plan. He goes f4, kicks the knight away, so now black will capture on d6, rook d6, knight takes d6, and king d7. I'm pretty positive that we will be seeing these moves. King d7 is the natural move. And then white will have to capture on e5, black captures back on e5, and my first impression is that I'm surprised that Sarana went for it. When I suddenly look with a second glance, then I spot that, wait a second, even despite we traded rooks, black's king is still in a lot of trouble. White can play the move queen d4, setting up a discover check by the knight, the b6 pawn is hanging, and one very important detail that queen c6 activating the queen and threatening queen takes c2 checkmate is not possible due to bishop b5 pin. Is this the reason why Jan is thinking and thinks that maybe then king d8 is important? This is a very critical situation. I don't want to make those moves because, or maybe because Jan is thinking, let me just show it on the board because it's so important. King d7, fe, knight e5, queen d4. There is the discover check, queen takes b6, and queen c6 is met by bishop b5 winning the game thanks to the pin. So this is what we are kind of speculating, that maybe king d8, but Jan goes king c7. Wow, but this is very strange because after f takes e5, f takes e5, recapture, black will have a horrible structure, the knight will be pinned. I felt like if the bad position, at least I want to have a super solid knight on e5. What are we seeing here? Okay, fe will be played, and then knight b5 check. Yes, f takes e5 played, fe5 played as well. And I believe knight b5 check is very tempting because it comes with a check. Alexei is also known to be a very strong rapid blitz player, and everyone who has followed chess.com's Champions Chess Tours and all the other events knows that Alexei Sarana is a beast. So if you look at his classical rating of 2672, first of all, a year ago he was 2720. So just saying that probably it means that the truth is somewhere in the middle, like he's a 2700 player. But in the faster time control, he is one of the guys who is capable of fighting against the very best players in the world. I'm expecting him to give the check, knight b5 check, and then black has to do what exactly? Where do we put this king? I would say that the natural move would be king b7, but it's not natural because the black queen is on a8. This is a horrible construction. I have never seen king b7, queen a8 construction, and then just imagine ever this bishop landing on the long diagonal. I don't know exactly from bishop c4, bishop d5, or trying to get g3, bishop g2 in, but I simply cannot believe black surviving this. I just cannot believe. And seeing that Sarana is up on the clock, he has more than 20 minutes. This is exactly how you have to react. And we have seen it also from Magnus. When he senses that he has an overwhelming position, probably deep inside he considers the position winning, then just don't rush if you have time. Take your time, calm yourself down, because one thing you don't want to do, to rush with a move like Etienne has done with his A4 move and pay a heavy price, missing the golden opportunity, getting the advantage. So let's wait for Alexei to make the move. I think knight b5 is a move that smiles on the player, yeah, because the knight is hanging, the queen on c3 is beautifully positioned, and also asking black a question like, where do you put your king? And yes, knight b5 check on the board, played, and Jan blitzes out the move king b7. And I believe that now it's the question that how do we activate the bishop on f1, which probably has not yet moved in the game, but can become the decisive factor. What are the candidate moves? So basically bishop c4 with the idea bishop d5, but then probably black is in time to play the move queen d8. Let's not forget that queen is not eternally boxed in. And this is what Jan is relying on. Okay, give me one move. I will play the move queen f8 with a tempo hitting the bishop, or I'm going to go queen d8 against bishop c4, stabilizing. And after all, many pieces had been traded off. So white has to be very energetic. You just can't afford to waste too much time. But I trust Alexei that he will deal with the challenge. And this brings us the chance to move on. For example, to check out Mamedov against Druska. Juraj Druska so far has been a hero of the tournament, taking down MVL and also beating Kartikeyan last night. And what do we see here? A very special kind of structure. What are the first impressions? First of all, luckily, at least I remember that how the players reach here, so I can at least more or less understand that, yes, this position could have been reached from that position. Black has this very important grip on the position, and the reason why I'm highlighting this pawn structure is that if white would be able to break with d4, then black's position could fall apart. So this is essential for black, that there is no direct breakthrough in the center. The other break f4 is not really possible because black was the one who set up the typical counterplay with f5. So white is relying on the light squares and the powerful a5 pawn. This reminds me of some anti-Marshall type of structures. Always difficult to evaluate because one could argue that white's bishop is so much better than black's bishop, but actually it's not true. Well, it's a good bishop, but this pawn structure is actually also killing the dark square bishop from white's perspective as well. It's just very difficult to find a different kind of diagonal where white can activate that bishop, so that's why the bishop on h4 does a great job. The big question, how far is this pawn advancing? Yeah, the pawn can go all the way to a6, but thanks to the rook on f7, beautifully defending on the a7 square, there is also the question that should then black just play, for example, the move rook a7 and then somehow try to get, for example, the queen to c6 and maybe eventually the queen going to d7 just to guard the queen side. I would even love to get the queen f7 in, challenging that beautiful, lovely queen on c4. That is a possibility. This is not a given that white has an advantage. Let me turn on the engine. Well, engine actually says after rook a7 it would be all zeros, and rook a7 is even probably not the only move. Yeah, queen c6 equally possible, setting up the same ideas going rook a7 or rook a8 afterwards. So Druska plays the move queen to c6. It's the more human. You just don't want to move that rook from f7 before you develop the queen. This is the human nature. We know it, we feel the danger, we want to make sure that nothing bad can happen to us, and intuitively, once the queen is coming closer to the king side, it will be so much more easier. He might even actually start playing rook a8. Bring that rook from e8 to a8. That makes also perfect sense. Clock situation, 30 minutes versus 8. There's a lot of tension. I also feel that from Mamedov's perspective, he's a very experienced player, also extremely strong and very successful in many of these formats. He almost qualified for the previous, I think, Paris leg. He was knocked out in the semi-final by Richard Rapport. Yeah, he's very strong in freestyle. He was thinking prior to it that this is a golden opportunity. I'm playing against the underdog, Juraj Druska. Yes, he was the hero yesterday. He won 2 fantastic games, but it's a new game. I'm playing with the white pieces, and I want to use my chance because probably thanks to the pairing, that's how he saw it. This is a golden opportunity to move to 4 out of 4. At the same time, Druska wants to prove that, you know, I'm here, this is freestyle. Guys, you might not know me, but I want to become famous. I want to use the chance to really show to the chess world that you have to count with me. I don't know, can we get an information how old is Druska? Because he seems to be young, around 2021. That would be my guess, but I remember that he was a 2500 player, but I can't really say how old he is. Wow, 31 years old. Okay, he looks young. He fooled me. He definitely fooled me. He's 31 years old. It shows that then he's a very experienced player, actually. Then he's a very experienced player. And maybe he was waiting for freestyle chess, Fischer random chess to become big, and then he can show his skills. Wonderful. All right, we have covered this game. Let's see what else. For example, the big guns, Arjun Erigaisi, fighting against his countryman, Aryan Chopra. Also a very strong Indian grandmaster, but already in India, if you are a 2630, 2650 grandmaster, then yes, you are very strong, but simply the top guys with 2780, 2800, like Arjun had recently had it, they are still in the spotlight. What does it mean? That you might be super motivated to play extremely well against Arjun just to show that, you know, you should not be counting me out. But looking at the position, this is a horrible situation. Black's queen got out to b7, but was just kicked back with the move a6. Let me just go back 2 moves. Yeah, white played the move a6. And apparently, according to computer, it was so vital to activate that queen. Then you can ask, then why isn't he activating if it's so obvious? Where clearly he was afraid of something that maybe the white queen then gets on c6 and delivers checkmate on b7. But the move queen a8 is hated by the engine. Knight cd5, rook e4 on the board. And Arjun going knight f6. He's forking the rooks. Wow, that might be game over. Wait a second, that might be game over. It's not just about the total domination, and he's also threatening knight d7 check. Forget about the fork. It's also about knight d7 checkmate. This is a horror. This is a completely lost position for Aryan. Queen a8. Now we also understand with the queen on f3, actually this knight f6 would not be a checkmate, then there would still be the a8 square for Black's king, just in case. Wow. Wow, this is total domination, and Arjun is bouncing back. Well, he actually only had a draw. That very unfortunate game where he relaxed against Gokar Khan probably too early. But with 3.5 out of 4, he will very much be in the mix. Let me drink a little bit. Wow. Arjun, yes. So rook e8 to e7, also Chopra down to less than 2 minutes. We are expecting the move knight 4 to d5. That knight, the other knight jumps. We are not even in any rush of taking this e4 knight, this e4 rook, because this knight is such a powerful knight, and knight takes e4 would give black the chance to activate the queen. Queen e4. No, actually going. Wow, and we have a result. We have a result in the Sindel-Pranesh game. Okay, finally it was a draw. I think it's a very good result for Pranesh because he was under pressure, but he very nicely navigated. He turned a very unpleasant position into a very much playable position, and Sindel was not sure what to do with it. He was also low on the clock. Settled for a draw. We don't have time to look at it. We see Rapport on the camera. Let me go to his game, because what are we witnessing? I cannot believe. I told everyone, if you have a better position, don't play for your opponent's clock. Play the position. And what happened here? I'm in a state of shock. I'm in a state of shock because now black is calling the shots. Black is threatening to win the game with rook h8, delivering checkmate on h2. So the question is white having the... No, he can't really take on g7. He can't take on g7. Wait a second. The move rook h8, setting up queen h2 checkmate, can be answered with rook f4. Well, it's also horrible. Queen takes f4, queen takes h8. What is this position? Well, it looks horrible, but okay, at least we don't lose on the spot. But after queen takes g7, wait a second. Wait a second. There are all kinds of crazy tactical possibilities. What about rook to h3? Threatening queen h2, check, and rook c2. And it's so easy to miss that the rook from c8 is not joining the action, the attack from h8, but helps to deliver checkmate like this. Wow, and then rook c2 is coming. Black can even first pick up the pawn, it doesn't matter, but this is a devastating, it's a total knockout blow. The good news is for Richie and for all his fans, for all the Hungarian fans, and we know that Richie has much more fans than just from Hungary, that queen take g7 feels wrong. And in this case, if we know that the house is burning, then maybe we can, but the problem is queen h2 is kind of a lost endgame. What happened here? The total heartbreak. By the way, there is a result in the game Dimitri Kolar's UNG, a draw. I think this is a very good result for Dimitri Kolar, the local hero, because he was under some pressure, but probably UNG just felt there is no way to break through. White had a very solid construction, but now all eyes on Rapport. Richie, what have you done? And how are you now able to fight in this position? And the move queen h4 played. Wait a second, what is queen h4? Rook h8? Wait a second, pardon me, what is this? Excuse me, I just cannot believe. After rook h8, it's game over, it's mate, or we have to lose a queen. No, and look at this, Mendonca cannot believe his eyes. He has 1 minute on the clock, and he plays the move rook h8. Queen e1 played, but wait a second. Queen h2, rook f3, checkmate. This is checkmate. Well, rook f2 will be there, but no. This is what I cannot believe. Queen h2 check, king f2, there is rook f3 check. King has to go to e2, then queen takes g2 check. Rook f2 only move. Okay, there is rook f, but okay, even rook f2, queen g4 is a total collapse. It is a total collapse. Also, just queen takes g4 immediately, it's total collapse. Can we maybe zoom in on the players to see how Richie is? No, I cannot be, because this is not just absolutely game over. A state of shock. Mendonca cannot believe that what happened here. He was on the ropes, was a very bad position. It was down to 2 minutes against Richie's 35 minutes or whatever, and such a big turn. And he's about to deliver checkmate. I cannot believe this. If I don't see this, I tell you guys that this is just impossible. This is a technical error. It just cannot be like this. But it is. We see it on our camera. Yeah, and we see the lines. And Mendonca even being extremely professional, but this hurts even more that he includes Queen GC, Queen H2. He will collect 30 more seconds. And after that, he will deliver the checkmating attack. Yeah, Laporte cannot run with his king because King E2 runs into Queen E3 checkmate. So they have to repeat the moves. But this is not repetition for it, just to win time. And actually, Rook F3 check, King E2, yeah, those are the moves. Queen takes G2 check, Rook F2 on the board, and everything wins. Just everything wins. Well, Queen takes G4, and then even Bishop H5 comes to life. And wait a second. Can we play for the galleries? But I don't. And Rook H2, exactly. That's what I meant, galleries. There is the queen sacrifice. Mendonca super sharp, going for it. After Rook takes G2 is checkmate. There is basically resignation. Yes, Laporte resigns. Cannot believe he's so upset. How could this happen? How could... I'm basically out of words. I'm just out of words because also for Laporte, I know exactly he wants to qualify for Las Vegas. It was a golden opportunity to go 4 out of 4, but it's all about Leon-Luc Mendonca, the 19-year-old, not only beating Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday, he takes down Richard Laporte with a move Rook H2. Let's put it back on the board to treasure this moment. Rook H2, what a sensational move, what a power move. Rook H2, playing for the galleries. Rook takes G2, a sensational queen sacrifice. What a turnaround. We don't have time to look at the game, what happened before. If we might have the chance at the end of the show, we might have to check it out, but we have to move on. We have non-stop action. Please also, I'm encouraging the producer team, the chat, if there is some game that you feel that, yes, that's the game we have to go because that has the most drama, please tell me, help me out. I need any kind of helping hand that I can take. I see that Viktor Michalewski, let's get an update on this position. Well, everything goes according to plans. The G2 pawn is still alive. It's not only about the E6 pawn, but the G pawn. White is up in exchange. There is nothing to talk about. This will be a clear win for Michalewski. We continue the tour. Yes, there we see Viktor Michalewski enjoying his position. He knows that this is completely winning. He should just make sure not to blunder anything. Alexei Sadana has defeated Jan Smeets. We catched that moment. And what about Hans Niemann? We haven't covered that position. He had the upper hand. What happened in that game? Wait a second, what is this? Let me count. Knight takes e5. Where did this knight came from? Knight c4. Okay, knight c4. Beautiful intermezzo. What a geometry. Black cannot play the move king b6 because then rook a7, king a7, knight c6 forks the rook on d8. That's completely insane. It's absolutely insane. It means that black has to go for the bad end game, f takes e5, rook a7. On the other hand, often you hear this sentence that all rook end games are drawn. Well, I can tell you one secret, that whenever you have the upper hand, you might feel like your opponent escapes and the motto is true. Yeah, but when you are defending, then somehow it never works for you, right? I know the feeling, I have been there. But yes, the truth is somewhere in the middle. It just wants to illustrate that in rook end game, there are always very good chances to hold, and basically often the key method is to go for activity, for active counterplay. That can guarantee you the the saving of a difficult endgame. Now, I'm kind of wondering then why is black thinking? The reason why he's thinking is that I think there is also the option of going king d5, rook takes a7, and try to take with the king. Why would you do that? Well, the idea is to somehow try to use probably the e-file to enter with the rook, but I just don't believe in this. White's king is way too close. White will play king c3. Black has to take on e5, and then somehow rely on, but always this king c3 bothers me. The players are thinking, and I'm pretty sure that we will be seeing this f takes e5 line on the board, especially since Kadrich only has less than 2 minutes. Another big question. It's not about the pawn on h7. I would be so happy to give that pawn. Imagine black being able to play king d5, rook c8. 2 moves, and we will be talking about rook c2 counterplay. But after the move king d5, of course white plays the move king c3, comes closer, attacks the pawn on d3, and that's why actually Denis Kadrich is believing that he's under pressure. He's under tremendous pressure, because if he loses the d3 pawn and white stays active, then that will be a very difficult spot. So let me cheat. Why is the computer thinking that this is not such a disaster for black? Okay, I'm turning on the engine. Wow. And engine highlights, yes, this is the very, but he's down to 50 seconds. Will he spot it that he has the move rook d8 to c8 here, fighting for the c file, and he has gone for king d5. He missed this stunning rook c8, because after rook c8, king c3, there was the discover check king b6. All right, but we have to move on. King d5, rook takes a7, king takes e5 on the board. And I'm also here somehow very much tempted to go king c3. That's what Hans does. King c3 on the board, avoiding king d4. Let's just go, and Hans gets up. Shows confidence, and he's so happy. He knows exactly that this is now a golden opportunity. He doesn't want to miss this chance, because the h7 pawn is hanging. White is also settling to go after the b5 pawn. My intuition tells me that black has to go rook c8 check. Rook c8, king takes d3, rook c4 is the only practical chance. And it might give serious drawing chances. But black has to find this. Rook c8 check, king d3, rook c4. Change the character of the game, activate the rook, create a passer yourself. Rook takes h7, rook takes b4. If black gets the chance to play g5, I think draw is much more likely than a white win. So it might all depend on some very special move per move calculation. Hans looks at his opponent. Often in such positions, how do you win these games? That you give your opponent the feeling that, you know what, you are in a lot of trouble. And if your opponent buys it because he has little time on the clock, he panics, believes you, then suddenly you win the game easily. But if Kadrich is able to calm himself down and just play the position, ignore what kind of faces, what kind of stares Hans is doing to him, and goes rook c8 check, rook c4, then he will be in the game. It will be very difficult to convert that position. And he goes for rook c8 check, king takes d3. However, there is rook e7, rook e4. Wait a second, there is rook e7, rook e4 defense. I'm just spotting it. Is this the reason? And there you go. Hans goes rook e7. Rook e7 check played, so rook c8, king takes d3, rook c4, rook e7 check played. And now black has a very tough decision. Where do you put the king? King d5 or king d6? A horrible scenario. And he goes king f5. But wait a second. Isn't this a mating net? Because rook e4, I was terrified of this. Rook e4, if we don't trade the rooks, then white can play h4 threatening g4. And even after h5, g4, hg, fg is a mate. So wait a second, and rook e4 on the board. It might all be over. And after h4, g5, there is h5. Boxing in the king. Oh no. Yes, this is what happens with little time on the clock. You just cannot play these very special, difficult endgames. And Hans I think now he just calms himself down. He knows that that's it. H4 on the board. What a shock to Denis Kadric. He was thinking, should I play king d6, king d5? No, I'm not liking it. It's trouble. It's difficult. And he puts the king on f5 out of desperation, and he gets checkmated on the middle of the board in an endgame. What a crazy game chess is. Yeah, g5 played, and now h5 will be blitzed out. Horrible news for black. h5, and once again g4 is a checkmating threat. So yeah, forced to play g4, and there is a handshake, resignation by Kadric. A very big win for Hans, because like this he is 3.5 out of 4, +3, half a point behind the leaders, all to play for. Very huge win, and I think we can call ourselves lucky that we witnessed this last couple of moves, because they were very instructive. So what else do we have? We already have Magnus Carlsen beating Etienne Bacrot. We have seen the incredible turnaround in Mendonca beating Richard Rapport. Dimitri Kolas Yuanji, a draw. Sindelov Pranesh, a draw. Top 4 boards finished. Viktor Mihalevsky has a completely winning endgame. And there is the handshake by Jordan van Forest. There was nothing to play for. A very big win. And with this, Viktor Mihalevsky is also 4 out of 4. What a score. What a win. Sadana beating Jan Smeets, also 4 out of 4. Duska fighting back against Mamedov, or not fighting back. He was never worse, really, in this game. It's just a very complex position. Maybe actually we can have a quick look, because it's a very instructive position. Very instructive. A lot of things have changed, a lot of things have happened, but one thing hasn't changed, that the position is locked, and I think this is a dead draw. The reason why I'm calling it a dead draw, that seemingly white has a very strong passer on a6 and black is passive, but there is no breakthrough. In fact, who knows, maybe black's king will be in time to go all the way to the queen side, collect that a6 pawn, but even if black wins this pawn, because of the close nature of the position, there is just no breakthrough. So I'm calling this a draw. And it just goes on to show one more time that Juraj Druska is an extremely powerful player, and he needs to be taken seriously. He removes his jacket. He's in a Italia t-shirt with the Pisa Tower there. I'm seeing the Pisa Tower. And what else is on his shirt? In any case, Rauf, don't get distracted. Play the position. It's not a sightseeing tour. You are not in Italy. You are in Carlsen. You are playing the freestyle event. What a trick by Druska. Actually, if the opponent would be done to just a couple of seconds, then this would be a winning move. Yeah, showing the Colosseum, Pisa Tower. Yeah, you want to go to Rome. You want to go to Pisa. But no, you have to play the game. G3, G5 on the board. Everything is logged. I'm calling this a draw. I just don't see anyone breaking through. However, there is some intrigue in the position. Now with G3, G5 on the board, white says, you know what, please walk all the way to the B6 pawn. Please get distracted by this pawn on A6, because I might have this idea of entering with my king myself against your weaknesses, and that would hurt black. Black has to pay attention to this idea. I'm expecting Rauf to play the move king f1. He's a very tricky, very sneaky player, very experienced. He has tricked so many people already. King f1 will be played. There is also an argument that, do we think about taking on f4? This is a very big question, because it gives black the chance of going e takes f4 and then bishop f6. But Rauf says, no, thank you. I want to make sure that we lock everything done. He goes g4, and basically we can call it a draw, because there won't be any breakthroughs. Even, well, okay, just to illustrate, black can even now go back with the king to g6, push the pawn to h5, invite white to play h3, and lock it down with h5, h4. Then we reach a position where you can just look at each other, and you know exactly there is nothing left to play for. Both sides are super safe. So Druska down to a minute. He has to make a decision. How will he completely lock down the position? It's always tempting because you don't want to give your opponent the chance that eventually, maybe somewhere, there will be a break with h4. I don't see it making any relevance to the position, but sometimes it does. 51 seconds. Druska is staring at the position that, wait a second, I believe this is a fortress, this is a total block. Yeah, he goes king e6. Okay, so he already walks with his king all the way towards the queen side. Ralph is looking, all right, please collect that pawn. You can't break through. I already got the pawn to g4. Everything is logged. That's it. A draw is happening. All right, this gives us the chance to move on because there is no intrigue here, no surprise is possible. What else is there? Arjun Erigaisi against Aryan Chopra. What? What? Excuse me that I'm screaming out, but I just cannot believe the turnaround that we witness here. Aryan Chopra is winning the game by sacrificing two exchanges, but it's not about the rooks. It's about the pawns and the domination, and white is the one staying very passive. I believe also Arjun lost concentration. He felt like, yeah, he had this overwhelming position. It looked very tempting with his knights. Black's king was in the mating net. Aryan had almost no time on the clock. And then suddenly this turnaround. What are we witnessing here? What a day of chess. And it's just the first day. Not the first, pardon me, I'm losing my mind also. It's just the first game of today. We will have another round. Another round. Insane action. I'm trying to search for chances that look g8, but just king b8. Where are the tactics? Where are the tricks? Look takes c8 and then something to land on the back rank. I think it's impossible, and white's queen can never be activated because of this monster e2 pawn threatening to queen. The rook from a4 is unable to reach anywhere on the back rank. That would be the desired kind of territory, but only one rook can land there, and black can simply protect that knight with king b8. Wow. But this is actually then crazy situation because Arjun already had a draw. That would mean that he would fall back to 2.5 out of 4. And we know that how important it is. He played a fantastic tournament in Paris. An incredible tournament. If I'm not losing my mind, then I think, of course, he took the 5th place. He beat MVL for the fight for 5th place. He's in the mix in the Grand Slam Tour. So finishing here, collecting as many points as possible would be very important, but it's all about Aryan Chopra right now. Total horror. Absolute horror, and this is when time cannot save you. Time just cannot help you. Wow, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. This is what a turnaround in the Rapport game, and also here, Aryan Chopra fighting back, turning the tables. Unbelievable. Yeah, we are now in full screen mode, yeah, just to see if, do we get a sign from Arjun's body language that there is some hope. We actually see Fabiano. We haven't talked about Fabiano today after his tragic loss yesterday to Etienne Bacrot. He got lucky in the first 2 games in the tournament, but that game against Etienne was very unfortunate. This is chess. You have to expect the unexpected. You can never be sure, and it's often never fair. You play a good game, you lose. You play a bad game, you get lucky, you win. Of course, those are very exceptional cases, but they can happen, and when it happens, you feel like the whole world conspired against you. And this is how you feel as a player. Unfortunately, not in the body language, not on the position I see any chances. Queen g3. Wow, what a move. Setting up queen takes c7. At least there is an idea. But what happens after king b8? Just the calm king b8, protecting the pawn, protecting the knight. Aryan plays queen to d5. What nerves he has. What nerves he has. He just ignores all this queen takes. What a calculating monster he is. Not even playing the move king b8. Just queen d5. Just like this. And he had to... This means that he had foreseen queen g3. He anticipated. Because, okay, we understand that he wants to deliver checkmate. So after queen takes c7, there's queen b5 followed by queen b2. No, king c1, bishop e3 checkmate. Yes, pardon me. Queen b5 check, king c1, bishop e3, and if king a2, then of course queen b2 checkmate, which means that white is probably forced to take on d4. Rook d4, queen takes d4, queen takes c7. What happens there? Then black can collect the rook with a check, but what is it? Can we hide? Because there is a mating threat. Queen b7, queen c8, mating threat on the board. This is wild. You have to calculate. But seeing him drink the water very comfortably, and he's an Indian player, and we know all these Indian players are calculating like machines. They don't have nerves. That's how I feel. They just like Ramesh and all the other coaches are giving them so many positions, studies, challenges, and they are solving it, and they get this tremendous confidence that, wait a second, if I can solve all the positions, all the challenges, all the crazy studies that are thrown to me, then I'm able to handle this. And we see rook takes d4 on the board, queen takes d4, queen takes c7. It has to be... No, Arjun goes rook c1. He has also calculated everything, but... Okay, excuse me. Where are the chances? King b8. But king b8, queen takes f3, e1, queen. That's the old school. I'm old school. Sorry, guys. I'm not capable of calculating all this craziness when my king is under attack. I just want to get a technically winning position. And that looks like a super safe way to finish off the game. King b8, queen takes f3, queen b4 check first, or e1 queen, and then you win the rook. Looks very professional. What else? The queen takes c7 is a huge threat. Of course, one could give the move queen b4 check. Actually, a very professional way of winning the game. Just queen b4 check, queen a4 check, queen b4 check, collect 1.5 minutes on the clock because he's down to 20 seconds. No. Who is he? Who is Mr. Aryan Chopra? He's a machine. f2 is played, ignoring queen takes c7, ignoring everything. Wow. He relies on the defense that he will be picking up the a6 pawn, covering queen b7 and protecting the knight on c8. Okay, once you see this, I understand, but still. Wow, okay. I have to calm down because when I saw the move f2, I almost got a heart attack. Why do you do this to yourself, to your fans, to your family, to all the Indian fans, audience? But he knows what he's doing. Super confidence. Queen takes c7 is played, and we'll be seeing queen b4 check. I think that's a draw between Mamedov and Druska. No surprises there. And now black is picking up the a6 pawn. By the way, after king b2, we can even play queen b5 check. That will be the final move of the game. Because after king c3, e1 queens with a check. And if the king moves to the a file, then queen takes a6, picks up. That will be the last move of the game. Queen to b5. What a performance by Aryan Chopra. Beating Arjun Erigaisi. Unbelievable. No, first he goes queen b4 check. Okay, this is a teaser. This is a teaser. Yeah, he gives queen a4 check, and after king b2, now he will play queen b5 check. He's back to 2 minutes. one more time highlighting that with 30 seconds increment, you should always play the position, never your opponent's clock, because this can happen. And queen b5 will be played. Also very nice seeing there Fabiano talking to his opponent. I guess for his opponent this was a chance of a lifetime. No, he takes queen a6. So, okay, queen a6 wins on the spot as well. But then why not to include queen b5 check if we have already seen all these adventures? And Fabiano is looking over what is happening, what on earth is happening here. Well, Aryan Chopra delivers, wins the game. There's nothing left for Arjun than to congratulate. Okay, he plays the move rook a1. But now, well, now actually we might be seeing the same line. e1 queen, rook takes a6, queen b4 check. White cannot play king c1 because then f1 queen is a check. And after king a2, queen c4 check, picking up that rook and protecting one more time the same way like he's doing now. He takes queen a1. Okay, it's the same. He takes on a1. He will queen one of his pawns, yeah, e1 check, then get that queen to a6, and then the other pawn, yeah, king a2, queen a5 check, queen back to a6. And it's game over. King b3. Well, queen a6 will be played. And that's when Arjun will resign. Yeah. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Big congratulations to Aryan Chopra. We feel very sorry for Arjun because that looked like a very promising position, but it got out of control. I'm almost certain that we have tons of other action. Where should we go? Levon Aronyan against Erdogmus. By the way, here are the results of round 4. Take a look. Magnus Carlsen beating Etienne Bacrot. Mendonca beating Rapport. Then we see 2 draws there. Then Michalewski beating Jordan van Forest and Sadana beating Jan Smeets. So these 4 players are on 4 out of 4 and they will be facing each other. We don't know the pairings yet, of course. There are still many games in progress, but we see some dark horses. Viktor Michalewski, who would have thought that this is possible? Playing tournament of his life with 4 out of 4, but we have Levon Aronyan on our camera, and I wanted to head to that game, playing against the Turkish prodigy Erdogmus, who in my mind is 13 or 14 years old, extremely young, but super strong. Whenever you think about the youngsters, you don't look at their age. You just look at their games. You look at their performances. And, well, it seems like this is a draw. Queen b5 check, because black is very active. Black is threatening to take on d2. And if white takes on d3, then I'm expecting that queen b3 check followed by a3 will also pose a lot of questions for white, how to continue, or even maybe perpetual check if white's king stays on a1, setting up a3, queen b1 defense. There is this defense. So what has happened here for how many moves? Okay, this is the position. That's where queen d1 happened. Very important to see this because we already understand that Levon was not trying to pick that pawn up on d3, was giving a lot of checks with this position. This is the live board, 1 minute 22 for Erdogmus and 7 minutes for Levon, but the clock doesn't seem to really make a difference. It's all about after queen takes d3, queen b3 check. If white plays king a1, then black can simply keep on checking with queen a3, king b1, queen b3 check, and once the white king moves to c1, then already black can probably rely on this very powerful passer. Also, black can keep on checking as well, and then later push the pawn. I call this a draw. And Erdogmus, what a pairing he had. Yesterday in the night, he played with Dominguez with black, if I am not mistaken. Making a draw there, now making a draw against Levon Aronyan. Well, that just shows that this kid is special. This kid is extremely special. Well, we know that Shakriya Mamedov is his coach, and I read an article, I think, on chess.com, where he mentioned that he truly believes that Erdogmus has the potential to be a 2800 plus player. That's quite a statement. Well, if we think about that, he's 13 years old. If he's 13 or 14 years old and he plays the way he plays, forget about his rating. I'm not caring about the rating. You can have a high rating and then you play against Dominguez and play against Levon Aronian and you get crushed. But no, he is not getting crushed. He drew yesterday with black against Dominguez and now he will draw against Levon. That shows the real strengths. In the background, we see Jan Nepomniachtchi after yesterday's loss. He is back there. He has to fight his way back with a couple of wins. And we see the repetition of moves. Levon kind of gesturing that that's it. We are calling the day. I think so. The body language signals it. The handshake is And the handshake, wow. What a performance by Erdogmus. We don't know exactly, I don't know personally how the game went, who was better or why, who is more happy. But this is a very nice result for Erdogmus. And also Levon chatting with him, showing respect for his incredible performance. So, I want to check out Jan Nepomniachtchi. I want to check it out because we have seen him on the camera. He's somewhere below. Let me find his game because it would be nice to get a chance to... Where is Jan? Yeah, Jan is here playing against Marko Dobrikov. This is a queen endgame. Dobrikov is down to 10 seconds on the clock, and this should be a win. This is a winning queen endgame. That's why Jan is so relaxed. That's why Jan is so relaxed there, because he knows that there are no dangers of perpetual check. The d7 pawn will fall, and it's typical that the c pawn is the pawn that wins the easiest in queen endgame. Also, black's king is in a wrong situation, so okay, this is not dramatic enough for me. Jan will win. What about Vincent? We haven't looked at Vincent. He plays with Andrew Tang, and he just won. Okay, very important win for Vincent. He's also moving to 3.5 out of 4. He has a wonderful standing. He's on the second position in the overall Grand Slam standing, just 3 points shy of Magnus Carlsen, so that's also a distant duel here. It's not only about qualifying for Las Vegas, but who and how gets as much points as possible. And I want to see Christopher Yeo against Andrei Yesipenko, 2 superstars, 2 brilliant young players. I want to see this for at least to understand what is happening. It seems like probably it's a draw, it's a fortress. Christopher Yeo, a very talented player. Andrei Yesipenko, very well established. Who does not remember when Yesipenko 4 years ago in Vaikanze beat Magnus Carlsen with a knight takes b5, knight sacrifice. I was commenting that game. It's still, I remember it because we were really shocked. You don't see Magnus Carlsen getting crushed like that very often. Now, what is this? What is this position? Well, black is pawn up, but thanks to the d4, d5 construction, if we remove those pawns, then black is winning because then black's king can enter. But this knight is taking away all the entry squares. Imagine black's king walks all the way to b5 trying to enter on c4, then suddenly white puts the knight on e5 and says, hello, my friend, you really thought that you can enter? No, I have a monster knight that can cover all the entry squares, so black will have to try to break with h5 and then get access to the f5 square and h5 on the board. He is trying. At the same time, we are seeing Levon Aronian discussing, and I love this. It shows just how much respect he already has for Erdogmus. It's a double-round tournament. There will be another game, and there is a resignation in Jan Nepomniachtchi's game. his opponent understood that there is nothing to hope for. Jan moves to 3 out of 4. If you ask him, he will tell you, well, I need to win a couple of games, and then you can ask me another question. He's always very harsh on himself, but he's in good mood. Winning Levon, wishing the best of luck to Erdogmus, wonderful sportsmanship. That's what, and that's how we like to see it. Everything should be decided on the board, otherwise friendship, respect should be always paid tribute to the opponent. So, what about White? How long is White able to keep the fortress? And I think maybe this will be the last game of our coverage of this run, because this is such an important game. Andrei, also a player who definitely came here. Let's not forget the heartbreak. He was about to qualify for the candidates in the Isle of Man Grand Swiss 2023. And then he played a wonderful novelty against Anish Giri, but forgot his preparation. He didn't know how to continue. And then Anish actually masterfully exploited the mistake by Andrei. The reason why I'm remembering it, because I was covering that game, and I always feel for players. I know how much it means. It's a life-changing kind of situation. And look at this. 26-96 for Andrei Yesipenko. I met him in the elevator 2 days ago, and I told him, whenever I look at your games, whenever I look at your name, I think about a 27, 30, 40 player as a minimum. And I think now he's over 2,700, again on the life rating list. He's coming back, and he should be fighting in the long term for top 10 spot, definitely. And now what about Christopher Yeo fighting here? Will he be able to avoid Black's king entering if that king ever gets active? If that king from g4 can be moved away, bishop c6, apparently a mistake by the computer. The computer is criticizing, not mistake by the computer. The computer highlights that it's a mistake. There was a golden opportunity. Let me just cheat, go back one move after king take g4. Apparently, bishop b5 was a Zugzwang. Bishop b5 was a Zugzwang. Because then the knight cannot fall back to d3. If White's king goes back to f3, then Black gets the f5 square. If Black king gets to f5, it's a direct Zugzwang, humanly understandable. And also the knight has no good square. So there was a tremendous chance for Andrei Yesipenko to win the game. Now he plays bishop c6. The big question, why isn't this a Zugzwang? Why isn't this winning? Will Christopher Yeo be able to understand how to navigate? One idea that I see, very important idea, is that if White somehow can get that knight to b4, and, well, I can do with knight a6, knight b4, then if Black tries to go towards the ac pawn, then after picking up the g pawn at some point, maybe that pawn will be on g4, it's not important. What I'm highlighting is that if we pick up that pawn, we might be able to sacrifice our knight for the pawn on d5, and then try to, at the same time, run with the king, because if we ever get that, that's the wrong corner. So you always have to keep an eye on all kinds of things, how you might be able to save a game which looks horrible for you. Knight d3 on the board. Bishop d7 followed by king f5 is kind of thematic. And then we might be seeing knight b4, but then g4, king e4, exactly on the board. How is this savable, computer? What are you telling us? I would say that White needs a miracle. I cannot believe that this is a draw. Bishop d7 check, king f3. And in the practical game, yeah, king f5 played. Knight f2. Of course, knight f2, yeah, trying to set up a blockade. And I'm saying, of course, the computer says, no, finish. Well, the point is that he wants to get knight g4, knight e3, but there is bishop e8. Bishop e8 and heading to h5, and you can't play knight g4 or you can't play knight d1 because of bishop h5. There is a pin. Bishop e8, a golden opportunity for Andrei. And it's so easy to understand that your opponent wants knight g4, then you go bishop e8. You don't need computer for that. And there we see the tension between the players. Christopher Yeo playing there. There is an audience also couple of people following that game, they probably know that these are two extraordinary youngsters. We'll be hearing from them a lot in the future. Yeah, we are getting a closer look. I'm holding my breath. I'm expecting bishop e8. And it's on the board. It's on the board. I could also sense the way how Andrea, even from backwards, I could sense that he's moving the bishop backwards, so he does not want to put it on b5. He goes bishop e8. And after king e3, bishop h5. I'm expecting, because you don't want to rush with the pawn. g4, knight h1. White would set up a blockade on the dark squares, and certainly you don't want to allow this. Bishop h5, Zugzwang. And then also there will be the idea that if the knight moves, then where does it move? For example, knight d3, there is also the idea of eventually going somewhere king g4, king h3, supporting the pawn. Maybe first activating then the bishop. All eyes on Andrei. We stay with this game. We stay with this game. Now that we also have the camera on the players, we can follow. The spectators are gathering around this game. And Christopher Yo knows, you can see it on his face, he knows that this is not a fortress. It looked like there should be a fortress, but after the king reached the f5 square, the feeling is that this is just a matter of time. Black might need to be super careful, but I'm just seeing all kinds of Zugzwangs. Yeah, bishop to h5, knight d3. I'm also very tempted to actually activate that bishop now to d1, maybe even to c2, kick that knight away. Show me the money. Where is this knight going? Because depending on knight's route, then I can decide that is king g4, king h3 the right way, or maybe g4 and then king g5, king h4. Or after g4 with the bishop on d1, I'm also threatening g3 because the bishop takes away the f3 square. And if white king goes to f2, then I get king f4, and then it's curtains. Then it's all over. Andrea, down to 58 seconds. He has to calculate. He's looking. I don't want to blunder any fortress. Is he thinking about knight h1? Is the move knight h1 disturbing him? And he goes bishop b5. The computer hates it. Bishop h5 was so much stronger, but he wants to stop knight d3. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Knight h1, king g4 looks like a win for black. White's knight runs out of checks. Knight f2, king g3. Total domination. So what is the move? Is there a move at all? Knight d3 is impossible. Playing the move king f3. Then also it feels like this is some kind of, wait a second, also maybe g4, knight takes g4, bishop e2 check. Is that a win? King takes e2, king takes g4. Looks like a winning king and pawn endgame. Even there are such chances. But why would you calculate all these things? Because after king f3, g4 check, there is also king gc, but then bishop e2, Zugzwang. This is the way how Andrea wants to win. And Christopher finds the only move, knight d1. And apparently, again, white is getting chances to hold the game. So difficult. King g4 played. Exactly. King g4. We talked about it. It's so natural. It's so thematic. Knight c3, only move played by Christopher. Blitzed out. Bishop c6. Holding the line. But now, wait a second. White can actually try to play knight e2, king h3, king f2. Try to set up a blockade on the dark square on g3. Christopher plays the move knight e2 on the board. And look at this. Look at his face. He is looking at Andrea like, why did you let me play like this? I get chances. And it just shows, yeah, how complex it is. Chess, just one mistake. It seems like it doesn't matter. Do I play bishop h5? Do I play bishop b5? There are so many arguments for both moves. And then Christopher sends it and goes knight d1, knight c3, knight e2. And if Andrea has to try to win it again, And white gets a very solid kind of construction after this king h3, king f2. This might be okay, I don't dare to say it. If not for the evil bar, I would be in the dark. Because then we can only say like, all right, yeah, there are chances for fortress, but it isn't a direct fortress. We are unable to tell it. But because of the evil bar and the computer highlighting that this is just something like, I don't know, 0.40, 0.50 kind of advantage, then one has the feeling that there could be a chance for white to save this. The big question, how easy it is? Because these players are humans after all. They are extremely strong. They are brilliant players, but they are humans. But wait, Christopher is looking around like showing super confidence. You are only doing this if you are kind of sure of yourself that, wait a second, I'm saving the game. 6 minutes versus 40 seconds. Well, if Andre does not win it, he will go crazy. He will go crazy, playing such a long game, burning so much energy, and then not converting a position where he definitely must have felt that he's about to win. I'm also seeing some results. We are seeing results here. Darda won against Nissinen, Tabatabai beat Abergel, and Kramer beat Song. We are getting results. 11 seconds to Andrei. He's in a state of shock. White was able to set up a blockade. He goes back king g4. Now white will play king e3. White will blitz out the move king e3. It's a very thematic kind of move. You know that you can't let black's king reach the f4 square. So you blitz out the move king e3. It's on the board. And if I'm not mistaken, I have read somewhere that, Christopher, you won the Freestyle Friday Blitz event, which shows that, well, if you are not incredibly fast and extremely strong, then you just can't win that event. That's a monster event. So clockwise and the speed and everything he has, will he have the nerves? Because over the board plays many times about nerves, also body language, creating the impression that you are making progress. You are trying to set up some kind of a Zugzwang position. There are so many things. And for example, now, is this a Zugzwang? This is now a very tricky kind of question, but there is, wait a second, if knight g1, king g4, knight e2, then we reach the same position where we were so happy of playing king to e3. Why is this then not losing? Why isn't this losing? And look at this. Spectators are gathering. They know exactly that two extraordinary gentlemen are fighting this out. And whoever wins this, well, White is fighting for his life, so White cannot win this game, but if he saves, he might get a lot of energy. And Andre at the same time will be kicking himself for not converting and not moving to 3.5 out of 4. You want to be in striking distance. There are so many players running away with 4 out, well, only 4, but one of them is Magnus Carlsen. He's capable of running away with it, with the whole thing. The good news is, for the other players, whoever wants to qualify for Las Vegas, that's the main goal. If Magnus wins the event, then second place qualifies. Yes, so there is so much intrigue. I'm just loving this tournament, and it's basically only round 4. And it feels like we already had a turn. And knight g1 check played. It's like an eternal event. So many brilliant games. So many things happen. King g4, knight e2 will be played. The f4 square has to be kept under control. Christopher looks at the score sheet just to check what happened before. It was very similar. But if he moves the knight to e2, actually it was him to move. Yeah, so it's not the same position. But the problem for black is that if he plays bishop b5, then knight c5 comes, hits the bishop, yeah, knight e2 is played, So after the move bishop b5, which would be the winning move, dislocating the knight, that all of a sudden the golden square, the cc square, targeting the bishop has to fall back to c6 because it has to guard d5 and the a4 pawns. And if the bishop falls back, then white jumps back with the knight to e2. And how do you make progress? Is this the defensive setup? Is the cc square the golden square for white's knight, that black is just, whenever he attacks it, there will be knight c3, otherwise he just stays in his fortress. King g2, for example. King f3, king g2, does it matter at all? The knight on e2 is perfectly located. It's perfectly located, but king f3 runs into bishop b5, knight c3, g4 check. Intuitively, I don't want to allow this. But can we do anything? Also, king g2, g4. Yes, king g2, g4, knight g3, king g5, king f2, king f4, and then black wins. So, extremely tricky. Extremely tricky. So, king g2, g4, knight g3, very tempting move, king g5, king f2, give white one more move, king e3, everything would be fine, but black is the one able to reach f4, so this is not a given yet. That's one of the art of winning such positions, of causing your opponent so much headache that finally he cracks. Knight c3 played. Wow, good nerves. Christopher says, I want to stick to my dark square strategy. I'm loving it. Knight on c3. Basically, he invites the pawn to g4. Andrea says, no, forget about it. After g4, you play knight e2, and your king is perfectly placed against all the king walk that I highlighted before. So knight e2 we see again. And the reason why we are not seeing the move g5, g4 played by Andrea in these positions, because he feels that when he puts the pawn to g4, he limits his options. So at the moment, he believes that somewhere he is able to trick white, and then he will come back at the right moment. But I'm not seeing it. And Christopher is super confident. Look at his bending his hands. He's also 6 minutes on the clock. He's not spending any time. This is kind of a fortress. It's a study-like fortress. It belongs to chess books. It belongs to endgame books, because honestly, I have never seen this construction. It's a very special construction. It's all based on the fact that if black's pawn would be on a5 instead of a4, he would be winning. But that bishop is overloaded, protecting on a4 and on d5, and that knight on c3 has such an effect. And the knight e2 guards the g-pawn. Wonderful. I'm very happy that we stayed with this game. It's long, it's tiring, it's demanding, but so it is for the players. And in my mind, always the audience and the players are the number one. We commentators are here to try to provide as much entertainment, excitement, also knowledge and everything, so that you guys can enjoy the show. King h2. He's playing the psychological game, but simply, wow, wait a second. I also have to reveal that the last 5 minutes, ever since we are looking at this endgame, I have the engine on, because otherwise I would not be able to so quickly navigate and tell you guys everything what is happening in the position. So I'm getting the help of the engine. I have the 3 top lines running, and it tells us that knight g3, the move which is so tempting that you are kind of blockading everything on the dark squares, is punished by bishop b5. Is met by bishop b5, and black wins, then the knight is not able to get back to e2. Knight c3 is the defense that Christopher was relying on, and he goes knight g1. It was the other move that was still working as well. It forces the move g4, but at least now black's bishop will be activated. Knight e2, bishop b5, knight g3. Those moves we will see for sure. And the black bishop gets activated, but there is no way to break through, because white will make sure that his king stays on f2. So let's just highlight it with arrows. Bishop b5, knight g3, bishop c4. Yes, on the board already. Knight g3, bishop c4. And then we are dancing with the knight, and whenever black's king, first of all, black will have to put the bishop on this diagonal to avoid any kind of knight f5s. But what I want to highlight that I will just sit on the g3 square. I have enough squares. I can always jump back and forth, and when the king reaches the g5 square, then white has to be in time to play the move king e3 to avoid the move king f4. That's the key. Against the king g5 move, we need to have the king on e3, and otherwise we can rely on the g3 fortress, so we not just jump around with the knight. It doesn't really matter. Knight f5, knight g3, knight h5, knight g3, as you wish. This is now humanly understandable. Now I don't need the engine at all. It's clear. It's really clear. And Christopher, what a save it will be. It will mean that his morale will stay high, because saving game like this gives you a lot of energy. It gives you wings. Knight h5, king h4. Yeah, and look at this. Yeah, he's basically showing the sign that, yes, I might be tired. I might have not yet woken up, but I know what I'm doing. And there is no breakthrough, my friend. That's the impression we are getting. And Andrea should be extremely frustrated, because he had this bishop h5, bishop d1 idea, but he completely missed this stunning knight regrouping that the knight gets to c3. It was also something completely new to me. So I can't really fault Andrei of falling for this defense, because it was very difficult. Once it's on the board, it's kind of understandable. The good news for Christopher was that he kind of felt like, if I don't do this, I'm going to lose. So we don't know exactly if he had already foreseen that it's a draw, or he just played by elimination that this is my best chance. So knight g3, we are expecting the move bishop dc, and there is the h1 square. There is the only square, but it's a good enough square after the move bishop d3 that the knight still has this square available. Otherwise, it would be game over. Just too many squares for the knight, and once again, white will just be able to keep his construction together. How frustrating it is from Andre's perspective. Yeah? He's trying everything. He's trying to dominate that knight, and there is always a square, a hidden square on h1. So the line I'm expecting is bishop d3, knight to h1, king to g5, then king comes to e3. Andre is very tricky. He plays bishop c4. All right, you expected the move bishop dc. I'm not going to play this, and be careful. After knight f5 check, then king g5, black will be able to get the king to f4. So knight h1 played, correct. Correct, there is no breakthrough, unless, is there a possibility to give up the pawn like with g3 check, knight take g3, and then king g4, and start walking towards the d4 pawn? What does this change? But then it comes the rule that we talked about, that that's a bad corner. So then white's king should definitely be able to reach a1, and the knight will be sacrificed for the pawn on d5, and we reach a theoretical drawn endgame there. What an epic battle it is. Knight h1 on the board. 15 seconds for Andrei. And Andrei will go for it, yeah. g3 on the board, and now things will heat up. There is not much of a maneuvering phase here. Now things will be move per move. Knight take g3, king g4, king g2, king f4, king f2. These are kind of natural moves. You just want to keep the knight on g3 as long as you can to avoid king f4, king e4. Exactly. Christopher plays it correctly, king g2. King f4, king f2. You stay close with the king. Then the bishop will have to move to create zugzwang like bishop b5. And then wait a second. Then already after bishop b5, we have to at least calculate. So the king is on f4 and king on f2. Bishop on b5. Knight h5 check. King e4. Yes, so king f4, king f2. Bishop b5. knight h5 check, king to e4, knight f6 check, king to d4, king e1. We are not taking yet because we are attacking the pawn on d5. Black has to waste the tempo, for example, king e5. Knight takes d5, king d5, king d2, king c4 and king c2, and we are in time to get exactly. That's what I wanted to highlight. So that's the reason why Andrei stays with his bishop on this diagonal, bishop d3, trying to cover. But anyway, white will have then king c1, king b2 route. We are seeing this line. Now he goes king e1. The king gets to d2. No, after king takes d4, we go knight f4. We have to target that pawn. And then king d2, king c1, king b2, once we sacrifice the knight. He is in time, and he's looking around, he's smiling, he knows it. I have it in the bag, I saved it. Ladies and gentlemen, have you looked at this game? Have you covered it? Have you learned as much as I have learned from this game? And yes, we did. We can give the answer, yes, we did, and we are very happy about this. So king takes d4, knight f4, very unpleasant move because actually the king is tied to the defense of the pawn and the bishop, which will also give white the chance to play one more king move before sacrificing the knight on d5, and then there is no power in the world to stop white's king of reaching the desired corner, and thanks to the opposite colored, the wrong colored bishop, it will be a draw. What a save. King takes d4. We are kind of expecting knight f4. Okay, even Christopher says, you know, I can even afford to play first the move king d2. There is no rush. There is no way after king e4 there is knight f6 check. So now the knight will have the time to come back, take on d5, and in 30 seconds or 1 minute later this game will end in a draw. Andrei is playing out of frustration. He knows exactly there is nothing to, and we can see the frustration. Even from behind, we see it. We see his face. And Christopher leaning back, super proud. I know that how Andrei should feel, that how I did not win. And now my opponent becomes the hero. King c4, knight comes back to f4. And the score sheet will be signed pretty soon. Bishop e4, knight takes d5, bishop d5, king c2. Christopher doing a little bit of an exercise there, enjoying the moment, because he knows that, yes, I can take on d5, and I'm reaching the b2 square and the a1 square, and it will be a draw. Come on, Christopher. He's drinking the water, very professional. No need to rush. He has 8.5 minutes on the clock. He's also torturing his opponent because Andrei knows that, okay, I had a win somewhere, but now it's a dead draw. Just please don't play king c1. Don't play king c1, Christopher. Don't do this to our heart. Just take on d5 and we call it a day. Because king c1, d4, why would you? Yeah, and he picks up the pawn on d5, eliminates the only danger, and the king reaches the corner, and there will be a handshake. Bishop d5, king c2, king gets to b2. The end game that everybody has to learn in childhood, a very special one. Black is a piece up. Black is able to win the a3 pawn, but it does not matter because there is no way to kick that king away from the corner. So it's not about the pawn on a3, it's about the wrong corner. King d3, king a1. King c2, king a2, king c3, king a1, king b3 is already stalemate automatically, or somewhere we will see king takes a3 with stalemate, and that gives a check, king a1, king b3. No stalemate here, but no win. Yeah, there is the stalemate. Wow, what an epic battle. And also nice to see the players discussing. Christopher is, of course, on high emotions. Andre, I think, would love to just run away and try to forget this game as quickly as possible. But he's a true gentleman. He discusses, but there is a disappointment. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That was run number 4. We see the results before we wrap up. We see Magnus Carlsen winning with black against Etienne Bacrot. Mendonca beating Rapport with black. That was a crazy game. Richard had everything under control, had a clearly better position, but Mendonca managed to turn the tables and win. Then we see a couple of draws. Then Viktor Mihalevsky beating Jordan Van Forest and Alexei Solana beating Jan Smits. Those are the 4 players having 4 out of 4. And then we see a very big win for Aryan Chopra against Arjun Ergaisi. So Chopra is also with 3, or wait a second, I told from the beginning I wasn't sure if he was not having 3 out of 3. That's a big question. So apologies if, for example, Aryan Chopra turns out to be 4 out of 4 as well. Maybe can we get a small confirmation? That would be lovely, just not to misinform anyone. That is Aryan Chopra having 4 out of 4 or just 3.5. In any case, tons of action. The next game will start 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. from Karlsruhe. We will go on air something like 10 to 4. I believe that's kind of fair. Yeah, he's also on 3.5. Yeah, I got the confirmation. So yes, 4 players with 4 out of 4. So it's clear that they will be facing each other. And many players, or maybe not that many on 3.5. In any way, the tournament is fantastic. The tournament is, I cannot even see that it's heating up because it is already boiling, but it will continue to be a fantastic event. Stay with us. I can't wait for the 5th round to start 4 p.m. this afternoon. All the best. We are wrapping up. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?